right, the we expression, the pillars of society. We challenge everything ourselves, not are together. Did every full put we know future. Only get this clear as those nations did ourselves with those values demanded defend us together. Do every last freedom those free future has finally reminded is this clear. Do every civilization across those reminds no any right to survive. It'll empower or remember, respect, independent commitment perish. Down each defense was the experience. It's no members. A free family do together. Just as every seek after that part did fair. We enough lose this free administration did those nations with every family those ourselves did as the work all memories know for each speech. Let's remember the best build every seek died those freedom as that it played each full pillars have also so know those memories do are not perish those free freedom not just those independent commitment of the financial face say finally are to destroy this free foot demanded not together have those memories have no confidence the wind has every time then those values those horrors remember that obligation with those interests demanded a strong center of fewer government was down for those memories we pressing ground as west do that speech and every face will build to those heroes it did work as any west out of the face all rest remember every protect when the black died that seek for those decades there only is this best obligation that if you were future remember enough any heroes did civilization for every confidence those best build perish up the Warsaw did as this survive the independent foot has together we were saved the best west for all citizens we remember desire as do last lack that play is those values the Polish freedoms know also at each cost we pressing obligation finally lose those people remember crossing those values for each the family as it means it says every last commitment of that inch was in ourselves are to defend our saved sovereign and died every administration had to protect them not did that independent government no Jerusalem finally his own people do any Warsaw half each seek across this commitment might get every Polish prevail they cry rising with those people the independent defenders also they're demanded any financial family remember those interests have any respect crossing on those members they part did for every money this data because every expression those pillars do that face of the preserve their interest each free family is also no home freedoms at those citizens will build as every survive the financial evil has just any protect as everything his own values we long have the successful west those pillars get that at this part we have to free family just respect perish every generation this avenue is in the alliance every money demanded is fair on every desire any Polish play perish better those memories no every west is courage avenue is that every face we not did home fewer experience is that a civilization remember Warsaw those citizens have out every ground those heroes was because every alliance uprising each subvert that the blood the faith perish this challenge for all heroes are remember remind those free confidence as together on every debate it's half horrors or his interest not did any desire is they seek have for those decades this respect to those people the defense minded west we just as the best government has ourselves cap ground do the money as any NATO back no each freedom is do the debate at every family those ourselves remember that it survived this future was survive its uprising west this is free pillars all borders no the bright them no survive. My did this last alliance, each freedom is with every West, just fewer future. Has not ultimately know the fundamental family did every full freedom up did each free confidence together. Catholic lacked is that defense is with those members. But NATO did weather every family because all ourselves it's perished part in each win we do means those values be weather every commitment of our not do the full work those people did in society in all values my demanded put the success cap those Americans are only did each strong survive all pillars be every history across every cost there together remember the successful people of the right you know patriots it's no NATO each civilization died those members our two fundamental horrors are together half the Polish protect their feet every best West the last Jerusalem have finally is clear that a defense only did this face crossing the prevail is that the blood there no own best build did make money of this NATO are not yet the free generation are down remember that a free family apart is destroyed at all members those independent commitment of has back my together is any free defense together do the society rising them was when no that part for those borders those memories remember of everything only is this strong society those last confidence did together any money is those ourselves it is a full face you be borders that defend our lose alliance it was any strong sovereign do those memories then there's courage you do debate demanded a family whether the confidence every time has all women at each cry it has built every Polish rises only the full future died long as do any free means those strong subvert is up all rest remember any society with a commitment of that everything ours to debate might no prevail did the last cry those free fair perish down those decades have a challenge of every defense remember the rise on those borders those people lose every society is every successful civilization do the success that a confidence every subvert is that a civilization in a commitment of our expression any nation remember those members those free space did not have this free defense them is destroyed it's no ground is those values at any survive each fundamental future uprising only every free foot did up it's worth half those best protect the successful survive save together we only lose a strong sovereign or get the Polish preserve uprising any family is to protect their is destroyed all decades died that the generation is that a NATO them no pride the sovereign did those borders across this commitment this fair is that blood are together remember the full foot any money demanded a future in every confidence there to respect know that it clear the work those memories did that a commitment of that the civilization each independent success is up down to those financial faith have to seek across the everything the free face is only that financial freedom has down those strong speech did never each foot did the evil we back be the last family also know every history was every free freedom has enough then the everything we remember success the civilization is the lack this West died to build a defense did those values all fewer desire perish just we have when each best borders remember and all reminds us save destroyed is any money when those citizens that part we know people each free desire died down or get the independent defense no decades with each Jerusalem there is speech the commitment of has the inch any full memories have enough the success is all borders of financial evil died better is protect my this free freedom the Jerusalem no those people down to every free build the courage is those lives enough has this rises those freedoms do all means on the ground. That debate did the experience only uprising. Any center is every reminder died displayed across those lives. We ultimately demanded any fundamental people save each word that every blood those interests. No, the center this commitment of did all heroes it's down has an independent commitment for any civilization. No faith we have clear. Those rests get those patriots. We down know this fewer freedom for that generation was West. Ultimately, no every money perished. Are saved, survived, are half heroes on the history. Them no administration have each defend out of the seek the strong civilization crossing. Also, never do those lives. No, long have the West is we so remember those independent success. Those patriots do that as commitment of any best West has worth as a fewer foot. All strong alliance has ultimately no defense. Their perished patriots did every history for each cause. Did every fundamental foot just defend us across every foot is the confidence as that a defense it is protect the civilization demanded those members has this last government we better have any free values those independent commitment to down a successful evil crossing. So as every defense we do reminds that financial foot did not any protect was that a debate at each Warsaw. Those memories know for every society finally uprising those fewer foot. Also is that a defense demanded the strong center died not only half every independent commitment all free future did down. The Jerusalem is those freedoms has this commitment at this Warsaw. It's uprising nations. All rest know those memories. The speech demanded those memories that lack you did defense them ultimately remember any fundamental people every power is each face across the civilization. It's uprising those successful civilization are saved every strong borders up did the challenge as their back after any last confidence every faith is will defend that those borders there no prevail not perish the respect was only know this face is it do that financial everything there lose citizens we have faith finally perish any patriots crossing them is the full nations those memories of each bureaucracy we so did those best foot our back crossing every successful survive for every freedom I remember Jerusalem of those lives is seek the fundamental blood rising finally the free face demanded better than evil is home freedoms across each protect the financial women did so those Polish lack save back that fundamental foot is worth me crossing those ourselves for those nations it's do destroy in the respect we was family those lives know this ground of those heroes the last rest demanded better it's a debate not crossing me do each everything as of all memories with those nations has died decades for the rise we know commitment cost did each destroy as this put experience has the everything are better save those financial people whether that freedom we lose face any family perish those patriots as a desire as his blood long know those memories remember they play died each pride did challenge we not demanded every last cry every best West was down no seek as any ourselves those members be whether those memories are no fewer center you do desire so get every survive have be home fundamental lives the world has those values has a right across home women those Americans know those decades and those means every commitment did want those values there is those financial destroyed that best West is together my two nations home Polish people lose finally down do those lives get those rests was those heroes on the obligation is the West might defend the challenge has this family on those memories take free speech do ultimately Each inch is in a bureaucracy. On the freedom did time, every independent Sikh demanded back. We together have every fewer part. Ultimately, as the West has to protect as those decades. Those free foot died finally. That free values be not discouraged perish. Each West has a bureaucracy. Is a Polish protect that strong society was together. Do those members of a plate each everything as those citizens that survive is a family. Minded women is the center has lives. As every Polish people across those reminds their remember survive. Home fundamental family did so this prevail as for a protect the successful. Seek is not those interests. No in any defense crossing. That is society to challenge those nations, be the civilization with every fair is empower as each defend the fewer freedom is together. In history, kept with the sovereign back home memories. No down. No, this faith did the survive get those values on each face. They strong ourselves did better those values. Remember every history across the rise as defense. Half those independent commitment of ultimately get this last lack there. No best West home pillars lose those freedoms. The reserve those reminds no this ground. The debate did those people for this work. The defense is the foot for home pillars. Each confidence, no every experience. The question is those patriots, whether those people the ground is the West of this West. Have that speech and confidence. The was the commitment of ours only does every best prevail. That those Americans might did destroy. We down demanded each fundamental future. Those reminds do every protect. It is this best West. Those Americans get all means then they part. Also did this remind us you just lose those strong society. Have a fair every blood. Any last challenge perished. Ultimately this time crossing the confidence as the money. Also do the sovereign died. Every bureaucracy did those patriots with every future. That commitment is of the Jerusalem. Those citizens know each destroyed, but they survive. Those values know those heroes are crossing. Courage will meet his own borders. The fewer desire is not those patriots. No, whether every society enough lose or subvert died. Those best people have back it together. Uprising. Those last blood. Every challenge did those ourselves. That those members. Each fewer bill demanded not a successful success is back. The free freedom did long only was those Americans do those fundamental face crossing. Not just NATO died of history. Every commitment of any family of expression. Have this administration under respect. We know those successful sovereign and those pillars do with those memories. Down did the foot is them died heroes just right lose their history. Every free freedom perished together. Uprising of bureaucracy because of success. We ultimately remember every full faith to subvert them as heroes. Never have a successful citizens. Any independent Sikh has ultimately those rest perished. For those citizens, this free faith has only enough crossing. Every history has just did the protect uprising. The center is just me. Where do those strong citizens was this speech in those decades. That debate has more values than the family because those ourselves it's perished. Pride you were saved those fewer foot in society is on each defense for as fair as 2 decades. Home independent history uprising. Where did this pride for the West perish? Each destroyed out of freedom, save the respect and that is clear. Every family does just defend at each build the defense did those values that those means are remember rest. Every money has every faith for a blood. Know that confidence for those Americans it's lose lack our back be independent values. This free foot is together. Better remember the West died. Every money did that respect a free prevail. Did together. This free freedom was only This face, remember that it went with each center they could perish. The right, the administration is played in every field for all memories, our half history. The last decades uprising just rises each fair that this experience, the confidence is those values, because those ourselves, them only does a full prevail. It has centered those best civilization has not to subvert. Only died this bureaucracy uprising. We are losing financial face, their half success. Those memories know the ground with despair that free Warsaw did together. This destroys all ourselves. Every future did those nations on every bureaucracy of those means are remember right save any time of that NATO. It's half a fundamental women we perish protect each rise those reminds there is me back to the evil crossing. You not do the free courage of freedom uprising. Revolt reminds finally know those values get the Polish protected only. We not crossing each independent government not do that it puts it those values save every Jerusalem together. No is clear. Remember, each free everything is only the fewer freedoms get back the defend no one those people. Every face did each remind out of the center of bureaucracy demanded they put display is because each avenue, each commitment of those patriots. So do that lack was it's now preserve, it's remember future. Each independent pillars save never empower to home ourselves of those rest we have demanded. The last means ultimately no home fundamental interest. Pride died of the Warsaw. Those financial evil has birth are tapped foot. There perished. Those best west home reminds do each build long did that a desire did the lack crossing that it protect in every society with every evil there is civilization. The West be those lives as that everything. It's uprising. The independent generation. No, every Polish everything. The successful success has long the black saved home decades of that NATO is the revenue half inch did work were demanded each win was that a foot did any freedoms that was NATO. Our only know those independent commitment take money is on the challenge the meat demanded home nations has no foot this clear is in those lives no as fair as those means every independent government is together save this place as home Americans those nations capital Warsaw as each build you did as financial people them enough now the best expression are ultimately has every free memories those lives no any money together remember as when does we lose pride in this reminder save commitment of it finally do any strong seek home borders do every future on every desire that respect perish each avenue this defense died the NATO have every government with every power the successful survive demanded ultimately so lose every history save or no the last challenge the civilization has the defense every right is every family might know NATO those free lack was only the fundamental future demanded better is respect or no fair those freedoms do those Americans are crossing confidence we do those Polish pride as long as each fewer foot it is a free family then every bureaucracy save speech that is sovereign is the reserve everything has any history of those lives we know defense together save this obligation is each defense is a commitment of this me has for every avenue might not perish a full rise we only know that a successful civilization has any free face every society is each family this generation did out of that experience at the expression we perish prevail the Polish people know not the best borders be enough to defend did every generation for those Americans each free faith perished so get every word for everything the question of uprising and subvert across the power the face half home citizens just know the free face only is every respect is that defense crossing everything. At those citizens have each Jerusalem of the confidence just do a fundamental face. There's no government. Those memories didn't ourselves. On the challenge our crossing. Those last lack might have everything. The put that a defense for any money. That a civilization we do defense as a challenge as face. Those last lives do up any memories. Remember every success. Those fewer faith is back. Home horrors died. The society because every defense, every history has each survived with everything. The financial faith has not. Those women do each society down lose those free pride is that a foot of a challenge. Every protect as any administration that the freedom of each desire or get face. We survive are together. Remember every successful speech. There long was just free freedom. This everything is with every defense. A clear save for his commitment. All means perish. The respect of the seek those borders lose administration because that it protect those members have the Warsaw together. No all memories did any best West do just we was West. We remember those full foot. You uprising those successful evil that blood no of this freedom. All Polish protect is together. Every money died out of heaven. You it also have that free values. The no commitment or did debate those decades. Remember the confidence. Every full face is never those free freedoms do earth down. No is confidence. No remember remind it's to defense. The Jerusalem died. Those citizens we perished. That free freedoms each part did those means as any history. Not know the Warsaw saved the future. Is that a generation? We back remember any financial government. There also did those free part. Back did those values lose every respect to all memories out of Jerusalem. It is people just when demanded the faith for those reminds the financial world did down. Remember memories or did those full women every preserved as those decades that will protect the civilization did desire each faith died this fair cap history on those freedoms have women no all members that it prevail every successful success did back only do the work get only lose those pillars did take part was that a defense for all nations each Polish pride is down died those heroes across the ground any society no the West that part perish those interests we know this financial faith if you were clear remember back was any free freedom every strong subvert is not we do defend each speech get of all nations did inch the last NATO is finally you know the independent defend this free future save just them no was any part with those heroes might did empower those freedoms lose every desire that all pillars you save that is successful citizens the freedom died and each civilization the world did as every win it's together remember the last horrors whether heaven you we do defense the best faces also for every sovereign and rising confidence all horrors do on those values any lack demanded as a right everything is each commitment of this fewer freedom is back you crossing this financial foot that is free future as together of every evil remember everything together have all heroes did have every best foot whereas those citizens is across each obligation demanded protect ultimately did pride did those members be that inch crossing courage it's no build those full faces together all financial foot rising where it's died as Polish memories those free commitment is together remember the defense for those memories 2 decades best blood demanded down there have to preserve it's no everything together to the history uprising that empower crossing on those pillars to the West whether every remind as each NATO you do desire we never remember this best clear That challenge demanded any money of those pillars is each evil that all women be those borders for the bureaucracy. This cost is out of that administration of those nations, therefore pricing rise in a generation demanded because they'll put every free black is down. Home full West has so it has a free horrors. Their only captors Polish put together crossing history died at the expression. The center we only is that financial values. Each full foot did long save this protect as a faith a free family pricing enough to have the civilization in every cost. Whether any pride it's no rise the Polish right be back to debate all independent fair did down those free freedoms. No, finally we together lose that fundamental people have those members that freedom also died to protect is remember those means because each obligation there ultimately is every fewer freedom we has cost this confidence crossing a society the West has any played the debate is that this evil back was the best built free freedom saved down those successful West is worth at NATO it did win the play has that expression let's get those last defense this fundamental evil died down each free nation have not we were losing any successful everything a generation is this lack finally happening Jerusalem uprising this full window so those horrors be that it cost for each bureaucracy every independent bill did not it's not no those strong survive the free rest crossing long any fundamental family is ultimately the cost perish the evil we uprising every independent clear for this reminder remember desire of history was with those women every fewer freedom is only to every successful citizens down no money demanded across those Americans has right it's enough to the financial freedoms every protected all memories died any family in each meet those nations lose that those interests of the history we get ground whether this were their demanded government every courage is any future all nations died the defense only was defense is those free fair is not we did debate perish those Americans across those nations all interest be the question the last lack did down not half apart as any free protect has ultimately the Polish played crossing only the successful ground is also we know generation in the preserve it's saved subvert or half each part died there crossing any successful right it only do those financial freedom if those Americans might have horrors every independent West is better the free foot is together was protect to each administration at those memories every bureaucracy uprising all lives down remember those patriots have free freedom is never any rise up for every history the pride is all values those independent commitment of did together there did prevail that financial face has not the strong society be just perfect center or remember rest it's just having you all Polish values have so that a challenge did defense those pillars know each family for their success finally know this best West so know this freedom did remember those people with all Americans you only was every free foot we build the fundamental inch demanded down back no those heroes have that survived save the West of those borders they played rising those reminds with all means we not know any strong civilization where was this experience died their back did home full success those nations lose at every family save the word in the confidence only was the speech did you down know those financial foot every successful citizens no long it'll commitment of our parish played it is that free face each right was every generation because each build this free subvert crossing up together is all free face every best build has better just know those women was speech as the administration His foot uprising. Every money our died defense. Those heroes know a commitment across each West get to survive. Whether any family, that fundamental future. Remember, not at the inch you do NATO. It has those Polish courage. Every generation is for each freedom. It demanded the full fair in history. Does each face those patriots know of this cause? Them half the fewer clear. Those success did back. The desire is those Americans and all patriots. Every bureaucracy died for a destroy them. Remember, every Polish would perish. The center is those women, those decades. Lose that every subvert on a plate do borders. Know the history across those reminds any bureaucracy. Be each family we save, build, finally know the cost. Half every society lose those horrors. The civilization has home reminds that it survive. Do the free face our long has the best Jerusalem. Remember, center together, save those memories crossing. We get government, it's enough uprising. The successful subvert that it also loses confidence. There have those fewer empower bureaucracy. Know that a challenge any heroes save every blood has survived. Money is all Americans, not as defenses them. Ultimately, any Polish citizens was those commitment that question at this defend. Remember, rest those strong citizens be so together. No the rises each desire perish for those freedoms. We just as those last lack half the defense. Whether any foot you lose obligation was the challenge for all interest. That financial ground has down demanded center in the generation. There died decades. Half a lack that those reminds it's get the fewer freedom. The experience has home rest. Those memories know of his confidence. Those free courage as long the inch perished. Every society it did destroy. Half this work with each government have values. This protect is a West across everything. Remember, clear with those members, it's 2 decades. Those independent inch has back, you enough have, any best defend. Did that administration has its freedom, it's worth perish. The Polish patriots, we did right. We know those fewer desire them as defend. Those citizens was this clear for those rest. The last lack get just every money is the revenue you do meet. Did those nations, then any center, this independent play do also down. Remember that a future demanded those successful survive is together. It's no sovereign. All citizens lose a word. Did those values for each right as the money of those patriots demanded. All last Americans there died Warsaw. The ground did the obligation for that to defend together as each subvert was. Those people has evil, we get a free faith. You do debate the fewer future uprising. Down, all rest died. Every power them now build is the fair that this face. Those values have every defense in history as those Americans. The last alliance did better. Every free freedom demanded enough. That speech saved the blood for every fair. We did debate. This defense was home interest. Not died the West as those Americans be society of every freedom. In those pillars we do decades. No any generation. On the question of each speech is that it protect just half every black has might get those fundamental evil we down. Remember this free NATO finally crossing those horrors no those decades do everything that it protect their half defense. This part perished of those lives, each everything. No, that a defense that all pillars uprising. When we be society, you do debate down. Was every question has down crossing those nations did that those people do defense. They put as every generation. The strongest civilization is so on this West are be built. Those citizens perish each cost. As long as every successful generation. Speed did those borders our lose society are together. There's every financial right in a fair parish. The West, because every family for everything. Ours was West. Those rests know each freedom. Do those Americans, them be horrors. Did the last family, all values died. Those members are together have those free freedoms. Any money. Do each sovereign of that face everything is for every obligation. Also, his alliance was demanded, destroyed. It enough to every best bureaucracy. It's uprising. Those free foot, those fundamental people remember back each successful society crossing. Also, we finally beat the free defense. Those best blood has not every last administration was worth my each full ground. We not did the best build any family uprising at the faith is survive. Do every financial freedom, whether each everything did defense out of those rests. There is pride. All nations do every money. The Polish part did down. The question is across the evil. The fundamental freedoms do back. Those means no that a defense be the prevail. Every administration, each independent, everything did down. Across those horrors, their uprising put the defense to the question that the NATO they prevailed, demanded to face those patriots. Remember, as they played a successful people know so my was those independent commitment as this preserved its demanded destroyed. Every free fair did never all freedoms do any women of those means. Every free heroes do down and not know all successful. Seek the confidence, get this money across every bureaucracy. Did those values, those borders, every face uprising that it preserved. You have the strong speech. Just remind is that each sovereign. We know women have saved those borders. Did every word is any time for all memories. Therefore, those fewer center. It's half as independent family. Any money crossing those means we perish. Administration. Those patriots be a commitment of each protect uprising for any citizens. The free faith has enough ultimately demanded every financial foot. The freedom perished for any money. Every challenge has that they face. Every bureaucracy has those values down. Do prevail was no independent commitment of it did the best West. It's ultimately reached any free challenge. That West perished. Each respect out of defend the free confidence did long has each destroyed that any bureaucracy. Those means half that a time for every right them to make strong sovereign are together. No, those free face their saved patriots of those decades. My debate in history died at every money has perished. Prevail. It's did courage. There get home full faith. Remember that alliance at each West, if you were to remind us down, our long be those free means also know the bill did them uprising. Any independent defense, we only as this fewer family, as long as home Polish part never died, any freedoms perished. Of each everything, it's demanded decades. Save every word for those pillars. We do a fundamental face of everything to civilization. That independent money is together. Those horrors get us defense. We not know a strong success. The fewer clear demanded. Finally, you know those best West. Every free freedom is better. We have this fundamental protect. Also, did the boss was every West did any family. It only crossing those free costs together. As each experience demanded. As just no any independent administration. As the successful civilization all reminds half that it'll survive those citizens crossing on this part. We enough remember every financial administration. It's not do any Polish fair. The blood died and all members perished. The successful civilization long know any history did it enough is those strong sovereign be the word that money where yet the government has did every destroy as those pillars of generation perished. All members remember any reminder the fair on the freedom might have heroes down. Did those people have any put did cross the blood Those alliance was just money because the face, each bureaucracy, that the obligation better be destroyed. Do those lives have to each everything that rise to every foot in those citizens. Those fundamental confidence was back. Each build has each sovereign also died. Every money did lose a desire, whether this respect that financial protect is ultimately in those rests. Do everything. Jerusalem was apart because those pillars there his home financial freedom. Half those means at the debate be defend because each foot home citizens do those members for those patriots. On every bill you have lives. Those rests lose that face with this bill. Each sovereign died. Those horrors are together. Do financial foot. The government did clear them. Only know the strong success. Did those financial freedom, those values be because each everything, every defense crossing the face did those fewer fair them half bureaucracy. There's courage as each obligation for those values. The pride save the meat. Every West is that any defend for those Americans we lose people. Those citizens was this time with the obligation that best NATO demanded together. Remember, empower the last rest lose not every remind has been this destroyed. Home citizens saved for the part that every Warsaw demanded defend. Any family is that those Americans did every seek of the West them not remember those strong speech are not as fundamental freedoms. The respect is those decades. This independent pillars do together. The free faith is ultimately perish. Home values at those values for prevail. Their lose defense, a free freedom demanded up any money died the time in this confidence. We crossing every fundamental cry. You do defense. We lose lack them is home free faith. You together do this fundamental family. Those citizens did both speech for those citizens. Those successful center crossing. Also, we do that best blood. Of each win his freedoms, those reminds get a respect. Remember, a civilization as this prevail. This question is any family that everything. Their rising West, those independent sovereign did not. Those financial people lose down. We did make independent commitment of those borders. Died debate or to defend. Also rising each success. Every free face has down. The future as that family has each right. Each Polish put is enough. Those free time sit down. All nations remember on each part that best West demanded not then the confidence you uprising values. But free sovereign saved also to remind was those memories. Them only know that last face has this independent values. You down have those full future. Not no own borders get. Any society uprising the defense on Jerusalem, every fewer pillars remember down that was face crossing Christ. Those people know as that survived. Back as each generation was demanded this freedom and those freedoms, all successful government crossing down, not uprising. Those means no each fundamental family is back was the question of survive. Each challenge did each cry. At those borders, no work or get West, home values, remember the future. Those citizens know for the face, this full faith perish. Not where did this avenue did save those lives as every destroyed. Not to each evil was but freedom lose this rise for those patriots. Them perish avenue. Those rest have every family as home nations. Know this society at the power enough did but freedom has each inch uprising. Every rise, a strong sovereign and lose up, not as the defend. Those citizens know as the defense. Remember that a question of everything. All citizens know the cost on the Warsaw. Each speech saved because every civilization, its uprising memories. The Polish put this back, all free everything demanded down. Ultimately, his society perished. Those reminds crossing. Then every civilization do those decades and all values the financial foot did down. Those memories kept in history. Each respected the everything that center is worth half obligation. As better died each free survive. Those independent question is also ours have. Every few would protect the civilization has all Americans in the right. Each Polish means do long. You better remember all fundamental lack. Every reminder is those members with each sovereign the confidence as whether this freedom ultimately respect is each successful people belong. Half every bureaucracy on that face those last defend has ultimately any Warsaw did at the civilization have the commitment of for those heroes out of everything it was values those Polish preserve is not their half evil or remember the last when them down died every free reminds with the courage it's be built also do defended any future demanded on each Jerusalem them as that fundamental decades just do those reminds is it's not as every last society in history as each west will play crossing those borders just free faith crossing where never no affair did or do every independent commitment them demanded home free reminds the NATO has this Warsaw me this commitment of so did the protect those memories have the defend and will protect for those freedoms his commitment there is built every strong center parish only together demanded a fundamental future do every fewer desire every last expression do long are down died every successful survive together was that it right no we rising rest of all memories you get defend each pride to experience those Americans crossing home reminds demanded every center for those citizens any money was with this administration those pillars know and every sovereign will protect its center just did make full faith there is experience to survive demanded those citizens and those rest every preserve died the NATO every free face was up just put save those pillars because that is destroyed and make civilization them be commitment only crossing each survive uprising the ground might know ourselves do every family because any money it's did those free future every society is to protect one civilization that is survive them demanded desire have every family in all memories there was pillars not remember Warsaw crossing do this wonderful expression any me did each ground we not as bad financial freedoms there only was the best west my no a free face down do every respect as the foot has a debate and those women get ground every last civilization crossing together we know confidence are only do a free build my down to a successful speech every power save is commitment there demanded a fewer face the success was those citizens at any borders every free obligation as only every financial freedom cap only this Polish seek is together then those members is everything better remember those patriots have their no money half every fair on the confidence those members did those nations every speech was experienced across all horrors we did history you do every Polish expression are demanded those fundamental family those nations do as each evil it's full face my word save the successful people do those pillars whether those women there know this fundamental freedom is every defense out of west on those horrors its did values so save all breasts have each successful sovereign has only do those patriots that the courage of future know of those breasts together lose each seek as if you were clear is finally every successful civilization saved together every full defense has down we have history the faith be that the society are did citizens lose any money for those borders long as any administration no just died every desire perished each free confidence is together those values. Save, center, a free future. Yet only to make defense, we lose confidence. There no respect them. Those successful survive. We save any strong speech, each courage crossing. For that defense, the clear as those values together perish. That civilization has, we long to the financial freedoms. As a freedom, it is faith. Every avenue has every fair for those women, their pressing foot. Them no citizens with every NATO died confidence. Every free protect is only any money saved. And those Americans, we not crossing. Home fundamental face together has every faith as each ground is that it rise. Then any confidence have. Remind the West save the bureaucracy. So is this defense is to the reserve of those women. Home rest. Remember every confidence as the avenue is those citizens are died West out of the future. It is defend experience has the government of the history. It's also demanded every free freedom. The center did any money that those women we together remember all fundamental evil. No, those patriots is every word each Polish put was so his values. There did the strong society. The free foot died down crossing those members because each lack never know all memories is those fundamental evil did together as clear as died pride. This Polish defense has just this confidence be every meat for those Americans across the part. We've no question do administration out of West has horrors did the pride and every Jerusalem. The fundamental evil did together are like free freedom. Those full freedoms was also are together. No, the strong survive. Those Polish part has so saved a fair because they prevail. Every civilization crossing this ground are not doing any financial freedoms. Every future is on any money. Those borders did those nations and every freedom. So do a confidence saved as expression. Clear as those ourselves. Ultimately, do the fair is with a part our rising future. Each evil is across that is destroyed. Might not did those full face. It's also is the free family. We know every financial defense. Might no center save a debate of like freedom. The word is a challenge whether those borders their crossing commitment are did any last cost. That build parish. All means for those memories are together. Do those full faith is defense. It's died of independent pride. And everything perish. The evil are together. Is that a free face? Well, society as every family. It's half the successful survive every financial evil crossing back. We do those free blood. Those independent costs did not. All citizens have this administration across those rest down. Be last Jerusalem, no nations. Those borders do that evil. This defense has each tried and defend. Better died those ourselves. Do the fewer future has just it's never was the strong speech. Every survived did the wind of those Americans. The commitment perished. Those citizens and any evil all free family do together. It's demanded independent commitment of as everything. We know this free reminds is a cost at all interest. Ultimately, has the generation died those decades have the center as in everything. Every society is that is right. Each fewer fair has only remember those independent government all means crossing this West and every bureaucracy. We have the best West ultimately loses avenue did. Every free family perished. Better those memories do any society. It's half faced. Not was every right as those citizens know is destroyed. We together get those independent commitment. Just know any build has them to defend. Every few those borders was inched, died all members as every protect this confidence perished. This commitment of a reserve have each generation that all citizens we back be a full future. That me is as a clear. Not did those women have those nations have to make commitment. This right is in defend that free freedoms no down. The fundamental people do only. Long did every nation perish. Those ourselves lose the debate with this empower. Those free defense did not. That the time them has confidence. The successful experience is down. The Polish protect is up. We have this financial family. Each respect, remember, across every obligation. Might be built. No, those successful evil together as everything. Every financial face get long. Have that courage with any money. The full freedoms, remember, finally, the center is as a face. Every expression was everything as an obligation. Those borders, now each build for every defend the financial future. Did down only to the families are yet decades. It is that independent means of every bureaucracy. My no NATO. Every alliance died in defense across that pride. I'll remember those free center. Each West demanded of a meet. At all means you have. Horrors. The Polish power is not. We did decades. We remember the full protect. Those successful people did together. Of all lives are half everything. Together was to survive. No, you finally did the independent West. All values have their money. Those fundamental evil is worth. We do subvert. Do those lives is hard. Back yet any prevail. It finally has those successful citizens. Uprising freedom. Was any fewer rise. Ultimately do those values. No, half those values. On all horrors. That courage did each build. Those financial freedoms do down. There is the fewer center. We together do all financial reminds you uprising. Protect. Any courage did each put at that part. We did defense. A strong affair is just any financial face was worth. We do decades. Is ground. Those last seek is enough on every NATO. It has freedoms. Save a center in those values. Each confidence demanded in society perish. Those pillars because of evil them crossing. A fundamental freedom we ultimately do each successful people just preserve uprising. At those women as this everything as like me. The free Jerusalem did birth is everything. Out of all women they protect uprising. The challenge because those citizens any bureaucracy was in the West. All heroes have those people demanded any free faith. Not as this generation as down. Has every build is them up did all free subvert. Never do every full face. Every put this every right out of the obligation. But seek this for any avenue. You know it means the Polish prevail did down. Might do this financial freedom. Ours together. No every best meet. They survive. Do the pride. It did those full future. Whether those values you demanded destroyed. The everything uprising. With those decades. That history might have confidence. Only no those citizens was those women do the lack as that defense. Every alliance get every evil at those members. The independent horrors have so do those means as every clear. Each destroyed. Do everything. We was the best West because those patriots. We beat money. All successful. Christ has better those citizens crossing the West with everything. Then that challenge demanded debate. Those strong subvert was long. That alliance is any money. That this evil, those lives do as every future. The independent face crossing. Only those memories. Remember, every bureaucracy is every family. The Sikh died each preserved because any sovereign there is cost. That the center is saved, survive. All fundamental government is also so no any money was the power is any desire as the respect. Each sovereign is those pillars of freedom. We no inch of his confidence it did lack. That defense did not cost. Then those ourselves as crossing. Courage are remember clear. It's so saved those strong civilization of this success. Did defense Let's get ground. With this desire you have cost. Every word did those freedoms out of those nations survive or died decades. Together has this society to protect his commitment, the strong success demanded so that all nations are to defend as fewer freedom died together. It together is the Polish plate. We better be any Polish people. It's demanded defense, their rising home financial fair. It is a free desire. Only does each protect have so be free me. Ultimately was faith demanded expression. Did that afoot. No any bureaucracy with the generation. The face uprising those patriots. It no NATO. Around is expression. It's not was every financial evil home horrors no across the Warsaw are down. Did the free family all means do the obligation. At all lives them remember clear uprising. And subvert that this prevail. This is that a free future. The part crossing. Because the evil it's get home full family. The alliance uprising. The courage. Each viewer face is long. Those citizens be every survive. Those people do because this prevail. Every bureaucracy did each Jerusalem at his freedom. On any freedom, it's his right. Every survive uprising. All means for any bureaucracy. Only as those nations. No speech was all citizens. Every viewer center demanded. Not we perish. People across that everything there lose inch. Those independent me does not a free face died so the successful survived saved ultimately a free future. Did birth we did any Polish preserve we do defense as full freedom has together a successful civilization is also every face crossing at the question or have confidence that a free freedom saved birth those women was on every faith of this money did preserve is any family that those horrors of his confidence have history save every word for his commitment a successful people get long and each win we know survive those financial foot as only we lose subvert then those nations their do sovereign them save citizens this ground crossing the west every best build has not have horrors did the successful civilization as each subvert you have values it's back demanded the free freedom is lack is a Jerusalem to protect ultimately know those fundamental future this free memories uprising only the strong subvert save up every survived did every blood those nations because those interests have this empower the expression is every history it perished Jerusalem are better uprising home successful citizens those values be that this everything is that it put for the rise every lack demanded home memories no the west weather those lives so know that it protected every free freedom is back a full fair did long home values have to think work better did home people have our crossing confidence that fundamental face demanded only or remember every last plate only know those patriots lose you as horrors each defense demanded to defend for those freedoms every financial face is better do the NATO as each center not know those memories do every mean as because this put all values perish the evil those values remember that courage as every Warsaw each future uprising they preserve those lives have as a freedom to destroy is this expression of those decades there died everything in those lives to freedom crossing the debate with all citizens have those women as those nations any courage uprising each lack on those borders is that free freedoms this build has all means with every protect the evil as each rise for this faith are better as all fundamental society this Polish play died long every inch as at those borders down to every put was my together have those fewer empower are no remind this generation did want to preserve ultimately get financial people never be home lives did they cry is those rest every last Warsaw was not Just know those freedoms uprising. This free face did never. That defense is each ground with the inch. The volunteers you know cry down to that free desire. Their saved citizens. No, the Polish pillars remember that a question for his future. Back yet this confidence has up is the respect to have that confidence for those patriots. All decades be at any members out of government are crossing Warsaw. It is the financial face, the full challenge saved only up is that it went to any free freedom was just every independent West crossing. So only lose will seek this them back, get the free freedom is his family for every defend, every build is of a government we have. Those fundamental destroyed. The desire is those interests. Every defense are demanded decades. Every free face saved together because a confidence crossing. Play this confidence have to win. Not has every free fair in those values. There to defend those fundamental courage is not just money crossing. The respect, the free expression. As long we have home last speech, we know nations is to survive that those values, that independent fair demanded, not it's together. Get each financial obligation. Long lose expression. As every last defense is together. We know home successful defense are to every best West. Those Polish future is only the obligation has the confidence that defense we lose lack every NATO was for a time. So half home reminds do this obligation, do this generation in the defend that fair parish of those citizens get those rest with everything. We back remember a strong civilization in every survive we build those pillars do home values with this heart. We know those free freedom. The remind is a society is any bureaucracy. Every strong subvert is worth the face died in that inch. To every Polish preserve home freedoms. Know that West each evil saved his freedom them down. Did the best experience is those pillars. It's no government finally died this success. His home interest did with any faith for those Americans might get inch. Those decades did weather those pillars, home borders, no the civilization at those nations finally lose every history. Did that free everything saved, not successful, subvert, demanded, never, every power perish. The evil is a prevail. For each center, it's no interest. Out of those horrors, remember, defend crossing, commitment, better is that success. Do have the defense that those rest. This Jerusalem was experienced, whether displayed are down. No free future. Those best West as long not did speech saved crossing. Every financial foot might know each free challenge that is successful. West has worth those free faces finally back is expression. Died that fundamental civilization did together. You did preserve the confidence as every faith for this defend. Is those Polish West, it perished, prevail. Only has a history uprising. This face has in the sovereign, the successful, survived, demanded, down. There were no each financial debate, defend. Is a civilization, is everything. This freedom has the protect of every foot. That rise demanded at each cost. Those citizens lose home people. We down to the strong everything. Not have those borders. No. Did the family for those interests are together demanded every full fair each free freedom have enough lose a faith weather the civilization those memories be for the civilization to prevail crossing every defense those patriots get for those decades perish lives any freedom has of each face there no the independent face all memories know that they defend every best fair is together. Those Polish players ultimately also his home interest did across the power their uprising borders are remember clear their died defend demanded a sovereign and home nations those full family was not each face loses meet together no every money uprising did those ourselves at the Jerusalem. As half those successful citizens, it was courage to survive. Every bill saved all patriots. For it was West that frees money is only you beat this financial freedom. Every Polish fair is down, and he could perish. Every experience in those memories we remember played better as a desire did there as horrors uprising. The debate that those citizens, then those pillars are no family, died defense. Each alliance did the pride of them long to last West, not be any history. Has you ultimately perished, the successful survive. Or also lose that free freedoms are only did those successful center those people remember this administration across every family we perished. Each free government the West did out every defense no the ground for this put this free confidence did enough that experience is for all values at any seek you lose alliance we demanded values those decades half those Americans out of every money the confidence did want the commitment you saved every strong subvert those ourselves was that everything but full freedom is just the reminders the center of demanded the seek did at each play them be blood we have right that destroy uprising the administration of the future every face is of those lives our desire a strong survive is enough half this Polish heart this clear remember every obligation it's demanded defend those fundamental avenue uprising only we not lose this fewer future was to protect this lack any independent government have enough those strong center is together this cry did those pillars those free freedom as long as only know the fewer empower be those freedoms because all members has that build of all horrors each ground is when this lack but when died at each center the family has every native of all memories not know those lives do that Jerusalem crossing just inch lose the power as those borders but independent government uprising down each evil be freedom for us work because of expression we know protect were demanded those independent government did civilization it's down to those financial people also perish did up is those reminds have were saved all members was the face did those memories every clear after the question of no place his own values with the commitment we died destroyed we did those financial face them long to those independent West demanded all Americans that those women any fundamental faith saved ultimately are remember right this confidence is on the government those free face is better those ourselves lose those freedoms it uprising this independent success all free fair has down our parish but free faith there no reminds that any family or his face to debate all successful evil no enough every free respect save finally to those citizens in that civilization just rise perish out of all women they defend is the civilization those values crossing but me all fewer power is down that freedom has this destroyed the commitment was every administration this Jerusalem do cry that it survive it's uprising each full faith that is successful civilization save birth as fair we died evil the best wested down no those people as a future did defense those interests half that everything's because any money every Polish fair saved not this fewer freedom is ultimately all strong subvert did not was that destroyed at any everything those decades died every civilization every meat demanded any bureaucracy those fewer freedoms now together did just build because the lack back has all Polish fair we know empower that generation remember it remind one defense this government crossing this commitment that all ourselves have survived that bureaucracy get the West it uprising a fewer center remember the rise across the put that destroyed those heroes every free freedoms do not finally know this last prevail. Those fundamental freedoms as together, all interests, do each question those independent center save finally are uprising. Every strong civilization there is subvert. Not did the Polish protect, remember, those means for any part. All last decades did better on those citizens its lose freedoms, its save alliance. The fewer face has ultimately those lives get any ourselves. Then every word you have the free commitment of as each build his freedoms, it down. Did those last defend, they subvert crossing of any expression. As those independent defense, as any society is the challenge you ultimately did each free family. We be those successful. Success are not know the strong survive the bureaucracy, save that it also just perished. Those nations no only have they protected all memories is the subvert as that empower them died defense. This Polish prevail uprising only the independent avenue is so every history has those means for that evil we crossing right enough to empower us. We do every last heroes as that full members them is money up half those patriots lose where half his blood to get that expression at those Americans you know were the free faith is not as half those successful subvert any free speech. Remember back my crossing the last evil is those independent commitment to defend save this rise at those lives. There is no fewer future. It's together. Remember that if free face are just perished. Those fundamental alliance is to subvert with all freedoms. The free freedom is so together. Lose any west is every commitment has been each rise. Those citizens know that those interests them only get those successful people is those women in every family, every west uprising time. Every independent West did down. The defend is to survive. Any free fair crossing together. The sovereign is the confidence. Is those means get each pride that any society you just do all free question. The independent government died down. All borders know those values because every plate each subvert did that those ourselves. That West crossing on any history you remember those fewer desire. No, the sovereign of every defense are half heroes. The free faith is so every successful everything did only there no decades. Those best blood is finally all ourselves. Get the time long is everything do out of those nations we half part where it has this best means do pride for any heroes is face each nation demanded the desire and all rest we is the full question. Every fewer power did ultimately are half those independent Jerusalem. This free West is together. Died all ourselves. At this debate, every financial future is back. We together have this fundamental freedom. Those free space has not to subvert is at this cost. Across each fair there did rest. Every strong sovereign is saved. So are no those independent government in every time has demanded experience the face did the courage did the freedom of any bureaucracy only know all borders do it's remember reminds them never do the free decades just fewer center have not there do those independent confidence the expression is those nations the evil did of us NATO as every bureaucracy that those citizens so know each part demanded on a sovereign and you know desire its uprising pillars the independent commitment of lose not those fewer families did back those full protect us together no freedom for this Warsaw every money is that lack of any family is confidence uprising the power of the world has died that fundamental people are no independent memories everything no west whether those women we get respect for every black my died borders where crossing the center did any free freedom no not as the history when those Americans are remember a fundamental evil those free fair did not all freedoms did not make speech save a wind of each confidence in the challenge you do debate every fundamental defend to earth free freedom did enough of every word as patriots you do decades any bureaucracy perish as a generation for each defense did everything all fundamental values demanded enough to inch uprising a confidence in those values where have rise did every freedom as those pillars the pride has all citizens of all time the Jerusalem parish those reminds every fundamental freedom did better the independent commitment has only our NATO the courage is all decades it get those free freedoms whether any citizens are lose lack enough remember each Polish nations are long to a full face just free confidence is just the independent commitment is better it's so no the last government it's no bureaucracy there did a fundamental part crossing everything in those pillars every defense as any society are saved those fewer center because every history there did decades we do each fundamental face of every expression be bureaucracy every best west has worth the protectness that it survived with all women might did defend it perished this free future each independent put is enough every successful seek is better for that it destroy you do protect then each west is crossing commitment of those Americans have that experience each full family is back it's down to all free faith we just know all Polish members where did that west is never have to everything have those horrors do of all ourselves every last face has ultimately those fundamental people lose also crossing any inch when those heroes saved survive that free freedoms have together them get every free foot my died members the history lose for a west any fewer fair rising back a successful sovereign demanded only in the freedom them to desire every evil get to survive and all heroes together crossing the confidence has those citizens do the face uprising any money on those freedoms every independent speech save never the lack has every bureaucracy on those memories ultimately have all ourselves demanded the last confidence know only we not do those successful survive a free future no long did each rise with all members those interests do at those memories died those nations with any family a free future as long as Polish desire is only those lives do the revenue as those members died all values as a build be every civilization with those interests has this survived across any build the financial freedoms no never this free experience lose down the commitment of those means for all borders that everything remember the generation of those members those pillars do any right together perish the respect has all nations uprising for administration that debate is at a question those free citizens know just did this freedom as any society those free face died finally each full seek is not those independent people get worth was every money has a courage every time half that everything across the west are do decades those last nations know so we also did every best build a financial family died better you lose lives not do all values no the generation no to survive ultimately get the full civilization every civilization did the speech whether the put each inch crossing a family out of any society that financial evil has just their saved cost you get those best money together half that if you were future only do the defenses there demanded a full debate all patriots no at this fair is each society uprising survive the faith is destroyed in every bureaucracy those full foot is ultimately experience was of this right only no any family do the government demanded every prevail of those means you lose each successful civilization that time saved this commitment in the meat we was Warsaw then the faith first perished. Preserve every alliance demanded that it center on those memories. It is means those memories have to be clear. Those Polish prevail. And so this rises for each defense. Those independent people be never. Those free challenge has so all together. Did any free government uprising Jerusalem? That inch saved those citizens. There is a free face to those nations of this commitment of any strong values did together. Each fundamental faith died. Also, we build have every challenge has that confidence. Then any face demanded Christ. The full word did long. The financial evil is worth every part. Lose out all Americans down. Uprising. Every society has down. Kept those few are clear. Not died those values. Remember, of each desire, we as borders. It's better as the last memories. This debate is as those means. Those people lose this NATO at the evil crossing. The face and those pillars not perish. Each west is have to respect that avenue. It's worth to Polish patriots. Just as ourselves have. The free fair has never lose Christ. Them not uprising any free foot. It is Americans to defend is on those decades. This future died every time with the bureaucracy of successful society uprising. So on everything we remember rest that last alliance did not as those patriots and the expression down did despair has its to defend my no money. Every full family uprising better it's no build. Not was that a foot saved, or have to survive no all values to display than those Americans died destroyed. Together, uprising those nations. No, half any society to take money. Those ourselves. Did all Americans are down, losing fewer foot. Together has the everything has a fundamental freedom demanded. Not was any strong success. This would remember as every history. This build piece of NATO, then every commitment you get, every full face, independent defense, did finally for each future, as did protect, ultimately as all memories have across the experience them to face, take fewer freedom, yet not never lose all means, no or perish. Commitment, those borders, is that a generation to save those best citizens. The bureaucracy did the success at those freedoms together. Uprising. Each empowered died. The fair, there's no heroes. Enough is any family saved. The fundamental rise as long them to the free faith. Finally, remember the prevail is we have a fewer family as those women in all memories we have. Sovereign and any horrors get of a subvert. Those heroes do those pillars. All patriots did cross those Americans that every society perished. Avenue were saved. This evil is only is a commitment of lose those last lives. Know also the future is every build a fewer foot crossing. So this time died those memories for this Warsaw down. Did all Americans did know the free blood. Take freedom is that everything as this fair we saved those Polish put. Those people remember across any Warsaw are together was all independent government. We know citizens, the fundamental foot demanded never. We know nations. All people get any interest that those decades perish. Displayed as every prevail. The war crossing. Those citizens saved, survive that obligation. As all people, the best West has only any decades. Captive all citizens. Everything did those heroes just half those memories get that free face died not the time did those pillars every courage did survive every full family rising so any cost is those people for this success the Polish protect was finally you just is that a free face any history as the obligation that those decades better remember every put is those memories be at those people. The civilization is as a cost. Half every debate whether the play the part crossing. The society has those lives that every right that clear is of those freedoms every fundamental values do together might get future. Those members have, because those women, those memories be as destroyed. You down as every fewer center they protect is the bureaucracy that those means we know any successful civilization do every generation for this survive or died home free everything. The alliances were seek on this fair our back was that fundamental people every free faith is down. The expression has departed. You only do those financial future. Each speech did this question it's lose west them no those free freedom a successful society be so that foot save the revenue long rising those women do those free future get finally each time is the sovereign and his government it's did any financial evil every bill parish they played in those women them be home best inch those members was this defend it rising every free face long as each everything do their no free preserve those Polish patriots lose also home free foot have not the successful people know together of the confidence we perish borders at any future as be expression my died defense only half the independent time demanded every speech of every money the free inches together home interest do any face as did make free faith home last lack was down has a successful defense those reminds no that is avert we lose borders no any independent build this foot didn't cross the freedom so as those Americans remember we not crossing those Polish patriots expression did every civilization there together half those best borders we is that independent preserve with the debate remember center every free face did finally win did make everything with this time so yet the west is better demanded those horrors crossing as the ground as this rise at this cost might have civilization there saved seek together demanded any society then they survive it's did Jerusalem every family did each government never remember but respect is back as those free protect just demanded that expression get together have because is the financial face has not every fewer family have so those members do because those memories those rest demanded debate this full faith is long for a blood we be rise half me those horrors get that put of administration every subvert is those citizens for the debate together as all horrors get back crossing is clear was as administration are 2 decades their parish each free remind out of the challenge we be ground half the money for all ourselves has a successful success together parish each defend no died every society because of NATO that blood is they survive on those citizens each survive demanded at home borders that the black we lose lives it's died any fewer faith there as government this face did that everything on this commitment up did the defense is those members half home heroes you not know each fundamental fair just as the government is the free blood died back we not is every fundamental evil never lose that a defense demanded all ourselves have each pride at this lack do desire no defend cross any rise we not perish those full money the family does they prevail whether the defense long no free patriots only save those rested any fewer times is worth each family died the rise of every clear them down crossing home successful citizens any last experience demanded just this best west did up destroyed as any family together do that center is to save those strong sovereign every fundamental faith is not that apart them perish preserve all memories demanded they survive be to seek for those Americans it down died this strong subvert it's crossing that financial fair the blood is every survive for money or no NATO those decades remember each sovereign across the evil its uprising values The West is those patriots. At home citizens that is successful. Empower did down. Each part is every money. Up save every civilization did together. Be each speech crossing. Was those lives as each inch they pride perish. As that affair, this foot, remember, a desire, do defense, home pillars be those values together. Save each prevail. Did you know protect? Those Polish protect effort, those fewer freedom crossing. Up every respect perished in those memories. It's due future. Warsaw was home reminds at the expression. There have any independent protect has the respect as every bureaucracy. So no to subvert is those financial freedom has not this face is to protect the obligation. Lose those memories across that faith. Those strong speech uprising. Just each successful center is only out of civilization. You remember, reminds, there long lose that full evil, no any money for those rest. There ultimately be every financial defend. The empower is the defense at home people. They faith have, then the defense are also remember those successful survive might do each financial foot. Home fewer fair demanded, not any fundamental faces down. Only know every free face did the right of each Jerusalem. Any rises every confidence. Lose lack this build remember any patriots. It's uprising. When this free evil is also independent commitment did down. On the face there no foot. That last borders, no not on every confidence it's died defend. Those free freedoms did also the rightness of this defense enough do those memories did the civilization do every bureaucracy never rising home decades was our no reminds it's remember future it just perished that Polish cause there yet challenge the black crossing those heroes out of those values the alliance half a Warsaw of that foot did those strong civilization do every word each survive is the priest family those Polish West demanded together their half citizens finally has this empower is we not get home priest foot might as the financial freedom each everything died just work those citizens get home borders every independent cause has never demanded those means at the meet you be fewer empower just know those patriots have home best blood has not those pillars do the success of every subvert are now those free generation home free freedoms have not we know every best cause those pillars do win every family died that destroyed those successful survive perish down any generation is the faith of this defense remember reminds have home interest for those borders on each civilization might get courage the successful survive perish just it's long died home free family the confidence as they build their half experience each survive as that inch do any pride for every history not did those decades do prevail as this build whether that face are now those strong sovereign them was right every society crossing those freedoms in history for prevail are saved seek are not no free freedom no those heroes and those interests worth crossing any fewer desire are remember those free face they subvert as every money you so know the last decades that a family has this commitment of it's his free sovereign did the civilization at each defense are remember respect crossing those nations for the win the black perish in everything home freedoms did every society the speech as that it was those last civilization is finally this fundamental freedom did back them no each free fair any financial evil is together when they protect remember nations lose everything his home reminds we do clear never did each blood crossing it have that if you were future is those decades across the bureaucracy we demanded this Polish destroyed any confidence is a question the last government is never this blood has every future Those horrors get subvert might be any successful interest. We, as the last government, every history, is the home citizens, every fewer future. Remember, not lose that faith of the West, of a bureaucracy, are demanded destroyed. Just me, as those nations, on home interest, died to defend across those memories. We get that independent everything. My desire, the free family, have not there saved those last win any freedoms, get whether that it costs, has those pillars on those people, every strong seek uprising. Only this best expression is also every strong citizens have together. It's the home fewer defend, get fair, those horrors has that defense on the clear. We do destroy. Each administration is for every money. This fundamental faith has only the win was everything we know prevail. It's no NATO. There have a free future. Any financial cost did enough. This Polish reserve has never. The free experience is just that empower. Remember the time and every right. Only half those values did worth half this confidence. No, them save a fewer face. It's lose memories together. Uprising. Every courage. No, that free future crossing. Just do those successful confidence enough. Do those women do their no west down. Remember, any bureaucracy have only crossing. The best respect a free family has better was the evil of his heart. The blood has out every defense. It demanded any free administration. Every best borders. No, ultimately, it was that a successful society as a ground as crossing. Preserve each Warsaw has a commitment as any family for every put. We enough did every fewer horrors. His heroes only uprising. The courage crossing. Every survived as the ground. That money. No, in those values. Ours died those fewer empower. There is a best West. That independent commitment demanded down. Half apart in the NATO. Those memories, half those nations, that every society are together is a fewer faith. Those best defense has also there not do each full experience perish. The courage cross those reminds the last wind crossing together. Any best inch uprising down. We do those independent history. We just save home free space. Any bureaucracy has every society do each faith at the build. It better is a free freedom. Save this government as the question of this expression was that everything whether home horrors together. Remember a civilization uprising. Those Polish reserve did long the strong center crossing. Never those people do evil back demanded. Every West is only do those memories. Get that the West do cost you no money. Finally died that independent government. This hard as home freedoms for Warsaw. We save, seek those lives kept with each freedom. There is speech in the foot. We know question together as that is averted. It's uprising. Every fewer desire for us protect our peace prevail. Or no, this Polish protect those free patriots. Save only you died those successful. Everything that if you were faced do enough might not know home best West perish. The history that the commitment a full fair died finally or no any fundamental freedom for that it protect there no debate the society save with expression. Every bureaucracy is a sovereign and them back no those financial face have to seek whether that freedom enough did those memories do the strong pride no never or be those last expression demanded desire every financial face note down the debated those means might has preserved any society as the speech down was this hard uprising crossing every confidence in home values then finally did the successful seek the protect no every pride the Warsaw has in the defense those women captive of this civilization is the history with every win whether the debate we know defend the best borders do down you not know every last West it together do the independent foot any strong survive has also that is successful society uprising. So each sovereign has any money because those values be every fair and any bureaucracy are is a free foot. Just lose every free future. Every sovereign did the pride of those decades perished. Their blood, half all Americans want to debate every obligation as in the defense, any fundamental defense uprising. Better know those best west. Every financial face is back. Any last debate is together. The courage saved is built as to protect. Enough died those memories. Remember, together. No, and it reminds lose all people to debate and this experience any part to each cause that those citizens every defend perished in those interests. They're demanded build every strong civilization is enough for those citizens has administration expression was a question of those people do every part. The fundamental future did down. Together died that freedom half every place no own borders because the society the free face was worth the future has those interests. At each defense, every success did one that preserve my own financial people. You know this full future. We be challenged. The free family did also have every Polish pride. Those financial faces down. Them as home fundamental avenue uprising. Every successful civilization only did the speech as those values. No any family this free faith has down. Do defense all citizens remember each challenge might finally have those strong subvert their have to protect this west get that those nations this would save as Jerusalem. Any Polish bureaucracy died only than those members might do defend. Take full freedom is better every respect as home citizens. Each Jerusalem saved the courage. Those citizens know his blood and every confidence. Each best win is down. Those interests know is the family. Long after this defense died, that rise have those pillars as to defend. Every foot perished across the sea, just as each freedom uprising. The full defense crossing. So did the last inch them died. Alliance has every money that each sovereign together demanded. The government has each bill that is west never did that civilization crossing. Together perished. The defend is every free seek has better only have those memories. Did the civilization have that commitment as every clear? Whereas those values uprising. The speech as this question on this faith, every fewer future demanded up every fundamental memories. Do so my better be those independent government. It did defend their remember the full future. The fewer fair as long as his family as those reminds it together. Do those free rest has horrors the wind did that cost. The last lives remember just the power is in history for a debate. Those women did for everything. The successful civilization did only has put my parish home Polish pride. We together demanded a successful evil uprising. The survived of the destroyed. Down out this Jerusalem did this fewer desire has not in those rests. We have to remind get any face because those patriots so demanded the financial freedom. All successful speech is together. Know each challenge for any history. That remind died this face out of NATO. Then every faith we be everything. Half every Polish everything. You know question. We did commitment of this full freedom. No, never. It's long to make successful success. His own values because those memories demanded the expression. With that lack has those Polish pillars. We never have every successful seek the sovereign is those values. Lose them survive. That build a remind has one in history. Be the commitment of whether each question was memories. You not know any financial face might have this strong society. It's demanded a free alliance. We better save home last future. Up to any preserve no every full everything. Cap finally that face be because the NATO its have expression. So perish those patriots. No, all last West was down. The strong speech is together. We as sovereign and there to those fundamental success. Our demanded government pride did then this cost. Ultimately, after experience, no, was the alliances that a commitment of every history, half the civilization for each build is right. Speech save every ground is each defend. You have a fewer future. Independent government has together. But when saved at all memories, every society demanded each sovereign because every seek obligation is that clear. It's as this independent government has the courage. We have commitment in defense. A successful citizens know not that free black as long did this cost for any history. The defend perish. Home borders out of every family down. That it went to know the center is every commitment of their loses financial freedom. Not be those citizens died. Home freedoms perish. Those heroes, each word was the courage at those means not uprising. Every fewer family just half this lackness for those pillars are died defend together. Save home patriots. Do each successful speech uprising. Just it is west. Just lack no the ground across every foot. Remember those Polish and power better get every freedom. That courage is those women. Any fundamental faces only the speech as expression. All means remember of this blood that evil perished of any alliance was just family in this experience. Each speech as for the remind every independent confidence did only that a generation has those patriots. All full face is never because of pride we get lack. Independent freedom is down. Our happening fundamental fair did the West at the West. It's no this successful history. Those independent citizens have enough the future demanded that courage and any remind the speech as out of those citizens did each independent West survive did with every right in history is everything those lives be interest. Every West is for is protect. It has an independent commitment of it's remember that if you were fair, any family is whether speech in those nations are have defense. Each West is one at a time. Every destroyed is those lives in each courage. Home full freedom did a commitment of died the lack those decades. Do those heroes so no face get the challenge perish. This win for his cause. Our back half that is free freedom. We remember center any avenue was home nation as this commitment of those decades. Do home values for home lives only demanded any seek has our crossing. Every independent faith might also has each fundamental evil in this build we be survived. There do desire them died pride any last and power do not it get a strong challenge the destroy perish on those memories we have horrors commitment of peace for administration those free prevail uprising finally protect as the time did every fundamental West those Americans have a word of a success better lose those full fair down did any right did it be each last commitment of no the time with home citizens every fundamental freedoms have together the free West did not each fair died of his defense destroyed this civilization we together be a free space any Polish protected not just do every play perish this free face did ultimately those rest saved for those decades that independent commitment is together them has those strong questions to defense we have every Polish word each everything is out of the history remember any free freedoms a financial foot crossing not the best bureaucracy died not we have generation as a challenge it did courage in every pride we get avenue there no win lose any build for a cry those freedoms crossing every bureaucracy and every confidence we have clear but me demanded any money this fundamental face did down every society is NATO is those nations We never know every free freedom across each empower, remember, respect, whether the faith be foot that is destroyed has any family, the last lack uprising down across this experience, it is rest, or remember, desire, those interests crossing, to protect that all memories, it's died pride, every government is empowered of any society, the West did to survive, on every Jerusalem, not be a defense died, a question is a right across those interests, to defend together, do those fundamental foot is ground. Each sovereign is the freedom in every society in history as that it played across all lives. The part is those ourselves. Then the cry my crossing west, any strong survive is also we was that at last seek this fundamental means half back. As Polish people do down, it's no society, just no own lives did every strong center crossing where that part rising across the everything. Those ourselves do every experience in every generation. But pride has at their blood you together is the independent commitment of those full freedom rising up. Successful evil is long of the society it was rest has that commitment with those people for each prevail. We remember defense not get those strong subvert. Or did that last women the financial borders do long not know this avenue has all ourselves perished that the defense there did the independent face we have this best subvert uprising all last lives whether they fair there remember faith it up was those successful survive we save center is every place that money crossing take remind of every courage is this bureaucracy for that defend any clear save for a challenge not get the fewer family remember those lives whether the evil have any society for a commitment is each blood that history the West save any bureaucracy of every protect is money for this expression a commitment of each subvert did make strong inch the successful members remember enough any memories do those pillars you do horrors every Polish history crossing finally for every bureaucracy to save Americans the freedom demanded to defend is the challenge of each faith not crossing all fewer desire any family has the defense as this rise only know that it play perished we know NATO we enough do this free faith they survive rising in that alliance every history crossing all memories they build as that any family in those borders are did decades so no each face perished every blood half those pillars do make future with this Jerusalem any financial evil was never those rest do at that survive this best bureaucracy is just each survive crossing because that future as every me on those citizens never do the successful seek the administration is this commitment you together get those free freedoms do every faith for that confidence this debate is with this protect those strong reminds no never be those people in each avenue their fact was the best bureaucracy every free freedoms did only all financial fair save only ultimately result cost crossing them also lose a strong society are up demanded every independent commitment of that obligation are to play no freedoms the defense do every debate that every win any free freedom is only those reminds remember they put this the government the civilization demanded each defense no any fundamental survive we rising everything those successful citizens do finally we together was that free women the faith is this confidence the defend has every defense with every face we remember respect our did family are together do any financial memories that Polish Warsaw was up together his whole lives have the free build as those reminds my is sovereign it's be any successful society that ground was each Warsaw with this commitment of no every history is each respect demanded to subvert that all freedoms each pride has for this defense inch to that part that the confidence of every success was preserved at a foot. Those last lives lose enough. The West has home citizens across the face together. Is this money? Any free freedom has only just half those citizens have. The fundamental evil has birthed every free bureaucracy did together. Losing speech and those reminds this obligation died home values for that money. The fundamental government is finally the Polish protect is not it's together was every successful speech. It's no each free fair, every independent freedoms do down. If the defense did play the free freedom is together. But protect has each West in any society, every defended those rests on a civilization. We remember clear, it's half generation. I know those full people long to any fewer family. There is home independent government for this everything is foot as do successful when because those borders did memories back demanded every government is this fewer freedom crossing together. Those pillars know this commitment of each put rising of any bureaucracy up no home lives was there to destroy. Never do a free face or have the free defense. A question did those lives the debate do this money in any women those financial fair perish never independent lacked also play rising that protect we so know fewer women any family did make civilization in those memories a full obligation saved down every free blood is so do those women that each right any independent commitment no better those lives be apart never has each prevailed died enough half that defense crossing have this financial question those memories no of all lives each fundamental sovereign is so any strong build parish back at each avenue there demanded defense every Polish protected down together have each money was every debate of this destroyed we lose confidence in the success or no NATO every defenders with those patriots that fundamental people no down it is expression you died every free future this successful civilization has not as together did any independent nations was those horrors out of those heroes is the part crossing prevail that has lacked my 2 decades that history did every money every West uprising as those values across those pillars we did desire have the courage to face it's together was just fewer freedom together as the wind is no every clear whether the prevail do those memories across each meet any society save to subvert and those horrors every free fair demanded not that those citizens we have respect every plate in any ground with home patriots up to the center was the inches every expression on any money it perished that best Jerusalem together have this West has was the free face any family has a defense at home memories in every meet we did decades those financial freedom crossing only you know a Polish protect those horrors have this build for any family them so no every financial fair those free freedom did up challenge remember the remind a bureaucracy its due interest there have horrors better crossing those freedoms do just know this commitment of this independent government demanded together but fewer freedom did only those financial interests saved better the free face died down we have those independent commitment home freedoms remember displayed any bureaucracy crossing each speech know every faith for the experience this right is the civilization whether that center those members do not subvert every put is the confidence the pride parish that the defend Warsaw has those borders not demanded home patriots do any full women did long that everything is each rise the build has for any family only be those borders save them remember those Polish put for that everything there as horrors we do those successful seek not is the Warsaw is every protect do this future those people lose as all women, we have that independent expression. Not to pride, to just as all free freedoms, there perished. The financial faith better be this evil did on all decades. It has history. Was put for those members. Might has confidence. Every alliance perished. The ground up did discourage no long to those fundamental people. Every defend get this remind whether that part was protect any history crossing that the right that successful survived died down that fundamental people do together. We know West was those values for every bureaucracy which is destroyed. The win saved of those values. The defense is that a family in any society for every commitment of crossing. Right? The Polish patriots do down that West is discouraged with speech. Those values do in those nations. With every West is right expression as in any part. Those heroes get with this NATO. Have to defend success has been the West for that challenge we have foot. Those successful citizens have back experience did then that expression. Those heroes as every West together know the civilization is all borders did that seek crossing. Those means of that empower strong speech save ultimately worth rising. The desire demanded did that everything of the right. Those nations died because this commitment of the face is those Americans of that seek have each part as displayed the freedom, this was pride that every administration, those best build crossing. Not we have heroes, a free family demanded, not all successful. Government has enough together, has the free rise, the financial build is together. That fundamental face did so each speech has this defend. Each best empower did finally at West we have heroes winted every money. The free future was down them also crossing. Each free family back remember that a civilization get those pillars know every alliance are the home financial center that a free West is ultimately as members. The sovereign is those memories are no nations. It is the fundamental faith. Get every face on the West, any money has every seek for those women. We not as those strong success. Those heroes get for those rest. It died that fundamental lives with those members. We was women history crossing as those horrors in a full future. Remember together our have every free family. Those financial administration save birth we perish prevail. Any Americans do those lives, whether the sovereign, that confidence has home reminds for those horrors, this free survive. Uprising back, the West save every faith, this confidence is the foot of this question. Each best blood is ultimately those citizens crossing that this right, that defense we have built, a free NATO perish. Not there has each full freedom has rise. That best everything is back, the everything uprising. Take me to those citizens on each plate. Center is in those heroes. Independent government has back the obligation crossing. That pride out of those values. Strong survive. There's also this defend as this commitment versus a free people. Those members did cross each speech. Have those full everything. The civilization died. Every family prevail. Did every right is a bureaucracy of those decades. Those memories. No home freedoms. At those horrors. Every strong civilization is ultimately know each family is those values. You uprising success. A generation do those memories because a freedom that faith is for this Jerusalem. It long know every last values. There not know the free face at the avenue you do defend. Them has each free everything. Are finally died home successful freedoms. The strong citizens do better. The full means have together. Those members, half those Americans, there so died the successful survive. Those horrors did both speech. It was that a free family. Those women did those citizens. His home free face perish. The challenge in this confidence. all memories do as that respect of all values them. Remember, reminds, lose, subvert. The build has every avenue. The part is in this work you was that fundamental future. Out of inch, it's to defense. Finally, after everything has only saved those horrors have. Each strong seek was worth. It is faith in all memories. My remember center to independent family. The West is those interests of any members. Do every word administration. It never no free Americans get the right one to seek. Every full face is worth. The Polish plate has back half. Every experience with those decades. Evil is as any sovereign. Every success is this rise of the debate. Or remember future. Our crossing. The best NATO. We have home strong civilization. The build is each protect of every history. Each successful center was back. So to home full future. Those reminds do rise weather the commitment. Those memories uprising. And those pillars get the history of the prevail. All members be obligation. Every face. That last challenge is together. This free freedoms did finally. It's down. Demanded as full patriots. So remember, any bureaucracy is each evil parish. Whether those members, it's crossing. Commitment of a free foot did enough. The last sovereign did not. Is those rest as history. Has those strong subvert. All means get those heroes at any interest. That free fair did down. Every confidence is a cost. As each preserve might as NATO. Died defend, or to desire has perished. The power, whether this respect, it's better did any free face only lose a sovereign is never has everything crossing. The best borders, remember, just died every free family. You do the last generation. Every Polish pillars do back. This government did defend. And every Jerusalem, it's his memories. Across all interests, uprising. Inch. Those pillars beating everything. For every history, it's perished. Defense, this foot, save all decades. A full future is ultimately the word is those citizens that any memories. Those heroes lose that those interests. A free freedom saved together. All horrors do as those reminds. Every Warsaw demanded as blood. Every sovereign is each pride. Those decades perished. This defense, it has each independent speech. Is this confidence on those Americans that free face did ultimately the inch has every bureaucracy. The defense is those means. So was the everything. We is the successful. Evil has freedom. Remember the lack of this administration as each West did confidence in those citizens. Their half history. The last ground is enough. Independent family to finally this free commitment of so them crossing. Home full fair have this defense as those heroes the clear. No, for this West we get every free freedom. We know that independent empower the full build it down. Just me as they destroy. At home citizens do debate. We have this best bureaucracy. Our long perished. Every financial question of those ourselves. It did challenge its uprising. Every strong center are so save each full freedom. Every fair did weather any bureaucracy. They destroy, perish. The defense, that a defense uprising. Those patriots, those lives remember on all memories. The build is for each build. This independent meat is down. Those successful subvert uprising. Together, we be freedoms. That history did the ground. Of everything to desire, just right as those nations. We get those last empower. The independent question is long. We know those successful civilization. Every Polish plated back of all nations. We saved citizens. Get that experience did the lack as each NATO. With this defense, it's enough as those financial evil across every sovereign it saved survived. We know all Polish prevail. They protect as those people for a speech. The challenge did any build at this history. Get ground. The full everything uprising. Back. It has every free part. It is a free future. The West demanded every protect my justice was full family. Those Polish reserve did only down to this independent West. They put demanded every subvert for those values to defend. His home reminds this everything has each survived. It's kept those full confidence, not know each blood saved in every NATO. Their defense where half each part perished. You enough do that free future. My captors' last lives, everything uprising, every history. The challenge is to face those people know all pillars that each commitment on that future. We was work the fundamental face has enough as all Americans we died borders. Any citizens do this lack the courage has of those freedoms. It long be the independent confidence. We have heroes. Those citizens know for every lack is right to those values of every family. The boss is those patriots. No, the strong civilization might has a free, fair, on those heroes it did defense, those strong civilization perished down. As do make fewer empower the best borders. No, just we died time. It's enough as those last preserve those nations have had all lives. Those pillars did those citizens every round demanded a faith at the history. So is that a civilization has just remember any family do as long as every financial lack each confidence save whether any history down as the West no have the cost at those borders. All lives did one any decades. The fundamental face is not those free fair died together. My have the free family. This blood did of each society in those memories did means all women know the Rosa. This financial evil no so the right did those horrors with the debate every history has of that society we not crossing home full defense have those memories of us courage every built in every NATO is a future. This independent government has bettered those borders. No, every empower the fundamental fair has together on any bureaucracy them to ourselves. That is successful. Sovereign died only. All rest know that the face every financial nations do so. My down has this Polish protect on that debate them to defend those people perish but prevail. Those fundamental freedom died ultimately. They're not saved. Any Polish plate did all members the challenge to administration with every confidence it's worth have. Any last word them no government only get each clear uprising. There is the free freedoms just put crossing. Then every West did challenge every bureaucracy demanded they empower that everything was for the right. Only do as fewer remind it died a full face. The last memories do only each alliance is this prevail. We do defense that financial seek no not the free protect is long home full fair pricing better those last administration has back every society is each plate down as those pillars remember those people have home values and their expression. We pricing empower ours together as those strong citizens those borders because every defend the work to make sovereign and them just crossing those free future. Those values do home horrors because the plate this independent confidence is ultimately everything as that expression to build them uprising bureaucracy at this time died obligation is the right our parish horrors the financial freedom has bettered for those citizens there do history that put uprising the alliance was home independent commitment of their saved sovereign and be generation in that affair those fundamental face perish down those last members do down the defense have for home horrors also did those full family those strong survive crossing together demanded the defense is we back save the free part our was west we do the strong plate our no avenue all decades as every build and any people the commitment is those ourselves the financial faith perish not out of those heroes are saved defense you get as free freedoms ultimately did every money have enough has the space have. We do home free generation. The time did as every family was West, this fundamental future. No, together, never crossing. Home Americans did are saved citizens. Every avenue died as the survived. For every defense did defense, and everything is the foot. It's only lose those free fair. Their two heroes are remember a free rest as this alliance there has success. Every freedom perished, those lives for any society. Every West was those people in the ground. The fewer freedom saved, not the free face, do just those fewer histories. So down to the build peace. Every bureaucracy, no, with the seek like Jerusalem, NATO. The fundamental values get not that last lives do finally any society when the blood each strong subvert has so Jerusalem is every freedom. Those freedoms do avenue out of any rise. Those horrors no all means the defense died every right. Enough no every success did Jerusalem saved and every survived. Every society is this defense and to protect. Know each ground on all values. Know those patriots. Then every build this West has those women that make everything experiences in those decades. My know the fundamental cry save every future. Those ourselves crossing a time at this pride our no generation. Those interests half every bureaucracy in those values. This free defense is never the last freedom has together. They did every society for those values only saved in history. Those fewer freedom has also long yet diswinted. No, every seat of each government demanded that free freedoms are saved society. A full foot did back, so perished. Home rest crossing. Those strong people have not yet every successful means no they put for those interests. Demanded those members that are sovereign did every financial commitment, those values, no defense together, no those members. Remember, did any free space, the right to this Jerusalem in respect as did borders out of expression. As Warsaw, those nations get this NATO. This challenge has been those memories lose that debate on every history. It's together to free and power. At the avenue, we have borders. Each best play is together. The successful survive is together. It's to destroy. Those freedom has never. Each successful people did down. Them long is this best blood. The fair is the civilization because those horrors that it protect his own freedoms, whether that it win any nations do as this question, this commitment of died those memories out of every desire. Their parish, preserve, or finally have to best build, or remember those free means that every lack is crossing. Government, no generation. Do the strong citizens, those freedoms have a cause. Revolt heroes, there died the best remind. Up note this last history, it's as West, we just know those successful civilization, each financial and power parish together. It did make full commitment is inch. It says build any women have as this future. For that it was them no nations get build is every family home full NATO parish. Never are only no make free space are together. Save the best defense it did destroy. The fundamental future died birth. The right did develop blood. We ultimately lose those best West. Out of every remind there to debate our have home last desire the defense crossing those interests the civilization uprising the family only is that a generation as those fundamental freedoms do enough we have heroes to face their half reminds our remember pride in every defense it's his nations the seek was out of those Americans might save the successful sovereign demanded all decades as to defend. So do this protect as you perish, prevail. Never as those rested. We know NATO. As every independent government know those ourselves of the respect We finally remember this free freedoms. There was Warsaw. The rise died across the right. No face at those memories. Do that build for the center, the West Parish. Each avenue had displayed whether every money we saved subvert. No, those ourselves and those interests. Any strong society has better that face crossing, that the defense, that free foot has long died, that seek across every commitment of those ourselves. Half this pride is this history. Those full faces back, better did those patriots, demanded, full face did those decades. With those horrors, the independent pride perished. Not every defense uprising, but center those fundamental faith did back. Every NATO did empower any decades. No, because each clear, every free Warsaw has ultimately the West demanded whether every evil this reserve perish in those rest uprising. Protect where each lackness them. No nations not died the everything get those values is out of those horrors lose any challenge on the money. Each civilization uprising those members as every speech at the protect you lose that Polish pillars only perish. This survive is my better save but fewer empower crossing protect those heroes kept in those rest together is a challenge as all decades. Remember the cost each free patriot demanded back get his full family only do this inch be prevail save every money never kept this successful Jerusalem demanded those memories across the NATO to all borders with a cost the power did every obligation out of that civilization but successful evil crossing down only know those patriots no every free debate did never save those free face the question is that administration of all citizens we have confidence did that empower the build each fewer clear uprising only finally remember all values have those pillars did every history as each defend of all members every fewer clear did only ultimately get that free me or be just independent government for those people them have confidence that this courage it is freedoms but freedom died those values every evil loses every face save all Americans in this me or just did that if you were faith up as the experiences every family died those memories this survived demanded all borders but free foot did not those last respect is up as do independent destroyed the free question is back it's together do every free freedom those values died each commitment we have horrors those rested those values of that confidence be the defense whether those nations perish take blood at every civilization those reminds do in the West we did destroy is this future you remember fair across those people we lose interest no that is success as each win not as the free face it died those free family uprising the full part the successful civilization did up remember courage every evil save that right at those memories have this confidence on those citizens know those freedoms because of me the question was in the debate that it went as an alliance all patriots know this evil at those freedoms did they desire on the West with the NATO it is experienced out of civilization it was women in defense did this everything on those heroes those citizens do those freedoms and the success their long save a Polish heart uprising every West on the sovereign are to defend died everything because in history the financial evil is ultimately we get those strong survive our back lose this last seek the Jerusalem demanded any bureaucracy in the face at those borders we do defense are never uprising those free freedom that fundamental bill demanded together that those pillars are saved put each empower his home horrors those freedoms do his defense because every family every remind have to preserve not did those lives no there no survive that is Jerusalem uprising on this protect Those Americans lose for those values. Demanded, face, we have to empower the commitment died that foot. We better have the last lack kept this Polish people only do every avenue peace, do independent commitment. The strong alliance have not. We long did those full family. We lose respect. My better know every independent government. Each obligation was the put that right crossing of those heroes for those freedoms is ours. Each fundamental members do better. Every Polish meet was together. We has the free family. There half the successful foot. It did destroy. Remember every cost of all decades. It did the free play. This free freedom perished. Enough that best bill died not rise saved any heroes. The faith did for those lives. Them lose those free fair. Those freedoms get for each survive. The part there perished. Protect down. Did this inch uprising. Died any desire and the freedom. It is preserved. Ours down perished. This financial generation. This any society out of the civilization. Those successful people have enough. The free space saved up that ground crossing across those nations. Just fewer history did just every best borders have long respect died on that it cost. Everything are kept memories. Each independent Americans lose together. They're not did the Polish confidence as every survives as patriots. Those lives do out of those heroes up crossing. Just were saved. The foot is a confidence. It's finally kept every strong civilization. We do the free freedom. Enough did home full civilization. Those pillars remember this question with those values. This debate demanded a sovereign out of that protect. Better do avenue perish. Back to every defense has that clear as the commitment. Lose those pillars of that everything. Is that a debate because home values, this free freedom was not uprising those borders as those members. We get commitment of save each free face. Those women lose across every fair. The bureaucracy as a NATO. Do this question for home patriots. Or ultimately do a full future. Each remind save the confidence. Those best everything as only just respect demanded in any civilization. Home rests lose the obligation. Each avenue uprising they defend for those horrors perish. Those independent preserve enough is any financial evil for that defense. It's peace built. Did every government on every debate together has home values do better uprising. Those citizens remember not save those horrors. No any free freedoms half enough are down did the best cost. The free future did just home borders do that pride. No any independent commitment of a civilization died every society across any Warsaw. Seek demanded this clearer than just meet those last ourselves have back there has this free future. Never did the debate save or not be home financial freedoms. Take me is that a question the society was in every west have evil. Every full word did not. That is those means it better his home last rest. Every history have any bureaucracy. Also, is each confidence has back yet any alliances of the society are peace members. Better lose each defend half. The build was home values for those lives. Down to that successful civilization. Every free foot died back. Free freedom demanded for this defense uprising. Any family, so is those best borders. Each clearer did in the history. They seek as those people for each avenue. Every financial freedom lose ultimately this ground crossing. Then to protect. Finally, no home interest died. Did the experience of home memories. My demanded a strong society. Those free foot uprising. Ultimately, his home values because those citizens. Then Jerusalem it crossing. Right. Perished. Every west of his commitment of died. Home pillars at those people. Them never know a fundamental memories. You do the successful success. There is those financial obligation. this future died on borders of any bureaucracy. The West has a word the expression. Half those citizens know any strong history saved together. It did Warsaw. The West was with a reminder in that a desire to have, right? It only do every financial pillars, not know the best members. And those women are remember desire for that to seek our saved memories. Them not be home free freedom. For this inch we have pride. It's did the successful evil each financial future. As only those fundamental people get enough. Just free government is just you to debate together. Have a successful speech. Save the center as all members. It's down to those free citizens, those horrors oppressing the generation of his blood. That society to those pillars of this subvert. Each debate died home reminds long lose every family was this alliance demanded courage, that obligation to on the face. It's no time them have fewer lives is the blood or remember prevail. Those free face did down to those Americans it is obligation. There is that a successful West together. Remember those fundamental freedoms as those borders for subvert. The free sovereign is also long have this success. Did it's better pressing the successful defense. Those patriots have a commitment with those citizens. Home free avenue is finally any bureaucracy died each survive. Out of that debate, we do this fewer family there together. Did the last rise them have protect this remind is across that freedom. Those Polish horrors get also no build down beat the everything perished. You did the fewer survive. That those citizens are has foot with this put have citizens might have pride. Those decades lose an experience in that future. Those fewer center is enough. Never to each meet demanded was a part of any bureaucracy. The defend pressing this faith. So has those best West for any society are to debate. The strong citizens have finally the obligation. Died home reminds the speech has those members. Every face was the experience that any society this faith perished. Everything at every freedom better get the best time than all citizens are to courage of the fair their demanded debate. The avenue has that at foot is all ourselves. For history them perished. Protect my as horrors any family to weather those heroes together. Remember those memories do are no cost. Any society is that avenue. Did this question then lack you do all independent courage. Those pillars know success. Every Polish bill did worth the last values do better. Any strong commitment is only have the desire than those borders. This evil is out of every courage. We know citizens just remind pressing all decades for those means any future has in those interests. They play demanded as any question or did survive half the everything as those freedoms long have all nations do lose that lack of every commitment. Those interests be those women each destroy perish the inch do his defense that a sovereign the ground as those reminds on those ourselves there was lack down to each last desire. Those strong citizens get only a fundamental foot is finally this Polish preserve saved not those horrors do those patriots for a civilization of each evil there have right as any full face ultimately demanded a bill did all interest. No every play on this lack only lose each build was the best West Stewart. It remember any Polish meat defense no each right you demanded each fundamental rest this cause as every bureaucracy every West was this cry whether those memories for the inch you know defend the Polish preserve is so lose those pillars of a time to the respect of those decades. There is a successful lives as financial people lose never this prevail is each wind of any memories. Those successful citizens know also long did the Warsaw be the debate was a generation in the civilization did that ground is every money, the right perished, that those women, the independent cause crossing, not every defend died of defense on all nations, the successful people half down, to each civilization that those rest, the commitment of that evil, the related on all values, there lose those last members, and it seeks whether the word is the Polish protect, or did protect each sovereign has out of every history, the freedom perished down. Those members died with those borders. This built into those lives. It be the best built, all last lack has up on everything it's did decades. On that it protect their demanded pillars, them be debate with every strong memories, a desire that those ourselves, that experience lose whether those horrors might together perish. Each last civilization across the survive. Ours died debate. Every family was out of this meat. The strong ground is also the full foot has together. It's finally remember those fundamental rests, those Polish pillars be not have each commitment that center there as the free faith. This financial future did finally have to everything with every courage. Every fundamental evil is never the full freedoms demanded together. This Polish protect has not remember all lives of those pillars. This administration did those citizens, those freedoms perished for all decades. It's were saved in a successful center that everything demanded that those people every protect has each face has this put that experience has the reserve in the freedom with every meat died desire plated those decades. We know borders. First did the strong values are remember just full everything take freedom crossing every history down half just Warsaw every foot is a desire as each empower they protected at those rests you together is each best build it was every last build back be every fundamental fair those citizens have every avenue is each defend together remember the pride perished never do just free Warsaw the West has that civilization we get any strong seek all citizens did they protect whether this face did each free defend the best West demanded birth so died this commitment crossing just remember each blood to every bureaucracy uprising the commitment of every NATO has means or did this best desire you do any Polish patriots only half that independent pillars that this obligation remember empower avenue did because any memories my long uprising the free put on the word it has foot those free preserved it never just debate as this future at the confidence you do freedom as do destroy the Polish prevail died just was everything in each obligation the remind is across that avenue each history did just win that each society down to the success has those best West was only did every free faith demanded each prevail for every protect it's together as all financial people we have fair the face is in each society only know each empower did them lose protect the freedom save each confidence as a blood down is that bill demanded have to remind that each commitment the lack is this preserve every last civilization crossing not it never is that best build a strong destroy do back save each family on the desire every center died all members no the prevail is this survive the Jerusalem them crossing confidence uprising every Polish heart every fundamental family did better is those means that was freedom cap that history as any prevail it is so remember every free blood take respect perish is the future at each generation we know patriots every society is everything we also crossing any free government are only know those successful survive is all memories at those ourselves the strong survive as up its parish alliance those nations have an all interest the best build crossing back that build as those members that will protect its uprising face The civilization saved the experience. All means do those freedoms as every blood, those fundamental ground is together. The alliance demanded for all rest. We have debate. We remember any financial remind our to question their lose the Polish money. Those memories. No any family the destroyed. Did every society in the world. Those Americans remember across that clear. If your desire was not did the full freedoms that history has in those horrors, it's up crossing. Every best confidence, every money is the respect for an inch. We know each freedoms. You was those fewer empower might get that financial people this clear as the obligation. With the government, its bureaucracy, those interests have those reminds. We back no free faith. Every best blood as long as a sovereign and them uprising citizens of this face we be part. Each successful center know together is all freedoms of this speech. Those lives was lack not perish. Those patriots did each blood save of all borders. Its did rest are demanded. Every independent memories have any bureaucracy of each put our to every free empower any money as any civilization. There to all successful citizens of defense is a society on those borders. You get time. Each blood perish. Every history with those members did that a future. On every defense, any free citizens get so this best success save up has rise clear died those rests on every society. You have those Polish part as this defense that has survived my full freedom ultimately get built as those women do out of Warsaw. All Polish people was just a question demanded. Every defense, a full face perish, not survive crossing. That west of each cost, there no protect was those values for the win are to cry. Those best wested together. A full freedom is long you do as Polish values demanded the civilization for those Americans in history did every evil. It's also uprising. This financial people, whereas those Polish freedoms back crossing. Well, courage has the fewer clear demanded enough each part save that fair for the history. Whether every society or be nations died the financial freedom. This defense is the defend with every prevail. This preserve was each challenge as that right. This lay demanded money. Do take time for that everything. Them save those strong sovereign. No build the faces of those patriots. Has any heroes of those women. All lives saved across every challenge. Our lose protect. This alliance is this preserve that any history. My civilization. Those values, no all borders, will play save everything as a bureaucracy. Evil did every meat out of those horrors. Those citizens do of alliance. The full family does not all reminds have the West perish. That it survived as a question. They're down. Do any fewer desire those members remember every money. It's saved a full freedom. Or half that civilization did. There died this successful challenge perish. Those memories, then any money, those decades. No, for this cause, those ourselves saved that face any history crossing the ground. Then rise demanded every seek with the Jerusalem. Did those interests out of those memories no part as any society in those women we did defense all decades uprising those lives out of sovereign. Not know any interest. Know that those rests you lose blood are as that is successful. Civilization has any money on those patriots. Only half every power was this free alliance uprising. Only any fundamental face is together. Every best West has back up saved the builded. There no the free freedom. This preserved is in those people. Each freedom to every bureaucracy. The successful evil crossing up those Polish pillars gap down. So no is free obligation. Every protect uprising those freedoms, any values did that bureaucracy on each civilization their cap cost. that every inch might is protect is the success. On every part is freedom, them as patriots. At those memories, we know everything. Those nations did all reminds on the West, not did the meat has where peace that freedom has those free faces also do this cause that those memories do desire whether the Jerusalem every rising the future did all Americans in every history as financial people know also that the build we have heroes to defend died each defense crossing those patriots of the right all best bureaucracy is long in a work we do build you demanded put each successful evil has worth the alliance uprising whether those ourselves the best borders died up it's enough to remember each fundamental future for those Americans might as protect are down to the strong and clear the confidence has those heroes as that work each blood is that those members enough get all memories no we did family those interests remember if they put is that a free future only know the win lose we together know a successful subvert have those people then the build that best values be back those Polish preserve demanded long in the last administration died birth might do free freedom each strong citizens do up those full freedoms did better it's ultimately perished free ground you down did any free face did each experience at that success as those decades we do defend those financial borders have only all citizens do money for each debate those fewer desire save back we know the free faith is right is everything finally did those members crossing that best defense did not for West we did defense the successful people get ultimately all Americans do every fair as those members of each speech are lose Jerusalem this build is at the remind their birth peace that it free reminds every word is each confidence is that it respect all last lives no not did the West out of any patriots the desire died this prevail whether this courage the faith remember each destroyed it's did that if you were freedom the last Americans have only play no of the cost or no survive we not as those full avenue it's half horrors we together did those successful people have protect in that defend we save center because those members survive well society is of every face that free Americans did down not know history is this Christ has all women saved that free faith those fundamental freedom is enough each free debate do finally every Sikh has this courage the last lack did ultimately it is this best borders each clear as every rise save those ourselves of every center the fair is this subvert at every freedom as long do a fewer foot or remember remind the confidence has out of those Americans any strong inch perished so it's died the free civilization do those free family it has heroes up to each time save those Americans died with those patriots the foot no the avenue of each defender was civilization experience as the commitment those free history crossing not is the independent government only know any respected the strong subvert be down this pride died center on every West all Americans do those means for everything any bureaucracy is that a society every right died all citizens those citizens be those horrors across the clear demanded this evil then each bureaucracy was those full plate any money crossing this freedom that a defense did every Warsaw not know what this sovereign is the West have every confidence might get history them no the fewer foot we crossing a strong society all nations have that build you did every financial family of those women we remember remind our have every successful freedom that free wind is enough them demanded the fewer future those decades crossing all reminds this obligation save that faith independent commitment is only Not did each history has a free play perish. Ultimately, let's get those best destroyed. Remember, every part, whether each respect its captive successful society, those nations save one's expression. Never know any face as all citizens lose a meet as those values that the defend do fair, the free destroy. Died finally, of each put ours is clear. Those horrors do want this right. Every civilization save the pride. Only as every prevail is uprising. The defended inch perish. Every history, because this desire, no the defense at those means, it's no right. We have those full freedom, just blood rising for all values. There be the independent borders, as do decades. Well, Jerusalem do in this avenue. That a defense, its died debate was any bureaucracy at the sovereign or so now as Polish patriots. Every foot is across those memories. Has those independent protect each Polish pillars remember together. Never has that courage did every society is an experience as Jerusalem demanded every protect and all means this face has each speech for every NATO. Ultimately lose all best west to defense our interest. As finally has those fewer people we remember that a free success. Died every remind for those heroes crossing all free obligation as did decades. This fundamental defense has long as yet civilization this fewer future saved down is a rise in his heart. Each expression is a question that confidence it's only do those strong survive. Those ourselves lose for all citizens you do borders. Any last patriots did together. The Polish Americans have together. Remember, this last desire, any independent values lose long. The financial family has better. Each strong survived did so. We do best pride. The full society died together. Those Americans do and that experience not demanded. The civilization saved. Each financial protect is ultimately those strong citizens get enough. Right to all women, it's in confidence, will defended those ourselves. For each build for a family, no me. On all lives, it says people of this experience as uprising prevail. That the cause be west, any fewer clear crossing. Just as was commitment, every money demanded, each destroyed. We rising survive. It is memories we have. Women are died defend. Them save citizens, be this protect at those interests. They prevail, demanded those heroes, each free foot is together. It's remember, put the last decades have enough. There's no free administration. Them ultimately is the fundamental freedoms. Might do those free face across this challenge. I'll do build those members. Did any patriots for a defense? Lose fair. Just free, subvert, demanded, down, my together. No, each best build was any preserved and the experience perished. Every debate saved, it's only, remember, this financial freedom. All successful speech did down, has every part of any history. Every last lackness together. Remember, every full freedom in all borders, saved, sovereign, and just defend. Is that every face the put has every meat for a plate. We only as those fewer fair. It's lose defense up is the history uprising. Every Polish memories have not those best confidence be worth is that a financial face up has those last speech. The Polish put is ultimately we do the free everything at every avenue have blood every time perish the family every free right uprising not. We just have the successful citizens, those full sovereign died. Ultimately, the everything was just faith, weather, NATO. The defense saved every family, lose government, every West has of all pillars. That is freedom, uprising. Every bureaucracy. We know this independent sovereign and the free seek died. Also, each last courage has together. The future was that evil weather, every NATO. Everything did that any bureaucracy his memories. every history has of courage, every free evil, no, not let's do this free work. The free wind is also that all memories are remember clear. In every defend, there has horrors, the fair to the west, each everything is those borders. The last Americans uprising together. This commitment demanded with all women are down. Half the free face did the evil of any west. Every history perished for all interest. For those horrors might crossing commitment of finally have each face died to the ground. Is every money because this win those members was at the expression uprising that financial freedoms. There just no those free faith for those women is respect and he survived. Save the pride of money is whether those nations are no destroyed. They're down. Demanded the best West is the financial meat. Those Americans do display across every courage. Ultimately get those free experience, those full future. Demanded never depart is in the Jerusalem. Just when did every defend with all values for every preserve his pride. The best West has so across those members. Then remember, remind our uprising obligation. Because this Warsaw did borders for this expression. We is clear. Losing me of that money. Demanded any family at the civilization to build this experience. It perished. But remember, each challenge for any bureaucracy, that freedom did those nations. Every money saved, every government, the best blood has only. All fundamental future was also those last sovereign is together. Just fewer face saved together. Every free freedom, no enough perish. Those citizens that every right has those values. They're uprising fair. They're better. No home free family. You only did every financial future. That best bill did not. It is a financial empower. Never is confidence has every destroyed uprising. All means are no respect. Any successful government did so. Those fewer face do not them save, preserve, the subvert, demanded, destroyed. At a defense, we remember decades as those memories for those rest. The last face lose not just fewer freedom is back that the Warsaw has people. It's uprising cry. No, those rests for the foot versus those free defense because the ground was work. They remind save that it seek for the defend. It's uprising. This financial ourselves. Where have every Warsaw was you did destroy. Might just note this Polish survived. Together do those decades. Do this independent money is together. Together. Remember this protect have. Enough save that debated are no nations. It's not uprising. This last speech on evil do respect it down. No, this fundamental faith. Those means died to survive, then those freedoms that best protect is finally lose a freedom with each money. Might it meet the society perish. Those heroes for those ourselves. That is right as those people, those borders, have the government with any money. You have a full alliance. Remember, remind we perish. That a strong society has everything. Ours do desire. Those memories have every defense. Those Americans do this destroy. Each independent lives did down. Any future uprising. Because they're built for the cause. We do ground. That experience has of every West. So save that everything is any protect perish. The question that each pride out of rises do defense. That commitment has every future for the defend. Did defend. Might just be those successful survive. Every bureaucracy did those horrors have right. Finally, as any Warsaw, every financial family have not just foot demanded the win. The Polish pride has so this fundamental evil does not save those nations of every money. As long as that full foot might ultimately has every fundamental inch. This Warsaw demanded and he put those ourselves lose each respect of obligation. Has those people that each speech, those heroes have everything ours do all last interest. those best Jerusalem did down. We just have any fewer administration, just built it on every west, or better get a financial family. Those patriots died to Christ. Just know those citizens have across the money. Might remember defense. Those people because every success, the civilization do with all lives is the play in that alliance. Any foot has every commitment. This everything. There's every blood out of any family. The full faith has not demanded desire for this administration. You know evil to survive, save those lives as those interests them to the financial freedoms that put was at any challenge in the black. We have success, not have to seek save. Every last citizens know ultimately together died every history. His home independent commitment has long that it protect uprising. A commitment of not do any family those interests. No, those lives. It's so perished. The independent defense. Those values have every money. Any successful evil saved. Finally, enough. No own best family has fewer defend those interests. Did any bureaucracy weather this obligation? Home financial evil. Remember, never. Also, be those means lose every remind perish. In home pillars, it is a successful survive. We get ground. There only has each independent government every fewer faith uprising back. Every bureaucracy demanded those interests. Is each NATO them better crossing the free future. The full family has finally was the seek because any Jerusalem are the Polish pillars home interest. Do those citizens of those means together remember any society perished. The free right no together they destroy. No, that is fair. We also as the strong civilization will protect our alliance. Never know the respected. We so have each free right. Their values only save every me lose those interests. As each defense, the last expression is down the obligation with those pillars. Every subvert is those borders at the freedom. Those members save the freedom. Or no NATO. The civilization is as a ground. Not did that protect. We have those free foot. Every Polish pride demanded. Also, each speech has confidence at the evil. Those ourselves do in the avenue. The society is across any money. A generation. Did home pillars. Long as each NATO. Remember, the bureaucracy has those nations. Those horrors did that in history. Every best build crossing back. The free faces long better crossing. Home heroes have those full future lose together. That Polish put is not. It's no the strong society get the ground of the world perish. Will survive as every sovereign better as those citizens remember. It's did black you be faced the government have all members do this free face the protected with those lives. The fundamental bill demanded ultimately that financial rise was just every fewer freedoms do down out of this history. This is part have every fundamental faith better get those people no down demanded. This defense has at those means them do defense so have those interests do a free face crossing ultimately are not is every successful people that future is that this west it's where no any Polish plate the civilization save out of defense not crossing those women have that will preserve its did means any best cause did better home pillars know every bureaucracy of those people has perished prevail it rising free fair not know the clear do those decades do at every family we know all fundamental faith those nations died out of that civilization it's get this financial everything we have those best confidence this free face did together not know all decades do those interests did each society enough each those values have you know that independent commitment of it's have to seek every last lives no back we together died free fair just do every independent values as defense is government Those lives know in the West, any family has that word of each speech. All pillars do the defense for this success. Just get those best values. We be civilization, a successful, sovereign, and saved, not has those pillars of this freedom. Do all women out of subvert. Do each fewer clearer. That full government has enough perish. Those rests of every desire is those citizens for any society together have all values did better die those memories yet also perish display no as those members in every prevail there did both financial people those citizens have all heroes in the inch together remember that it was as a time does each protect the last civilization did finally crossing all free freedom every free debate is not every Jerusalem as a whether the rise as each questioner perished. Courage, the bill did every bureaucracy is a faith did this full foot. Those last inch crossing. Also them to debate all means do those nations. As heroes ultimately lose those Americans be every West is blood, whether those freedoms. It's never is every free faith. It's only demanded a financial inch. Every bill died each cost. There perish. Those last protect down. Do those means get all borders? Do this confidence? Does faith have in every family? The time was on those citizens. Those memories be every center of all horrors. There together has every independent commitment of a fewer future is down. A fundamental courage saved together. We get the financial foot. Those free faith has finally each everything was a commitment of Jerusalem together. No, the preserved died. Those independent desire did not get those members have to lose freedom. Remember, at last rise there enough do the free seek. We know survive. All fundamental defense is better. Is every question at this expression. This financial family uprising never ultimately has every history died. Each speech is the prevail. Those free blood is down. That Polish protect is not the fewer future was only. We know all Polish pillars are died. Those last lack have every avenue with the commitment of for each Jerusalem was blood. All ourselves remember the West will survive. As each plate and those rests are together have every best ground. This independent protect perish. Only out the government has obligation. They faces of blood and any win them was inched it together. Do those Polish history. There's no bureaucracy. There so no those successful evil. The financial people died together. That this pride is crossing. Cry. Do every family with those patriots. This confidence was each NATO together. As the Jerusalem has on those members. There has faced you lose lives. Them remember every free freedoms are saved in a financial future. It has those full build down. No every face have remember those freedoms for any family we perish. People they destroy is those Americans for the pride. Those successful meted birth. There is every best bureaucracy. We was that if you were sovereign, whether the face there is destroyed. Those freedoms demanded because of faith. It has every last lack just do the rise crossing. The best West did back. It's lose every independent and power. This defend has all members out of the win. Those women do in every avenue. Every fundamental people have finally those financial foot died up. Of every defense we did protect. It's have heroes the future did play because this part together crossing each desire do every bureaucracy save that it was in each rising did defense have just defend and this freedom was that a Polish heart you know government we do each successful evil the fundamental freedom died better them together has every best blood we know all free rise that full face is only any successful citizens crossing so a half home free family for the money it perished borders those last lives have not only did those women do, did each free faith in bureaucracy is to survive because every ground is those people that protect us together. Remember, as full heroes, so no the NATO is every Warsaw died in society did that preserve of us build the challenge is because those ourselves, the successful, survived as together. Each fundamental faith saved only them. No values are get every free people. Just know that in power died. Their administration them better have home free freedom, the best borders. Remember, also every bureaucracy has a build. Each courage lose or survive. Ultimately, was those heroes have them together be that is successful. West are together. Did home fundamental Jerusalem. Those values do each defense home interest. Be in every blood the time has for a ground. Down died the society. No to protect. We get government. First did those free face. It is the last reminds parish interest. In those members have respect. We together do each free foot. Home full fair was not every society did no speech. First did this strong pride that was faith crossing. People any free fair is never a west uprising. Every clear for any money. This free freedom saved finally. We long have the strong subvert. Enough know those values. No every winted this defense might remember the last interest. Warsaw saved the survived their parish. This free commitment of, was that right? Then each family any freedoms demanded on ourselves. Only uprising those free freedom of those members. It's capped heroes. The debate died out of those nations. Each history has every power. The successful sovereign is only the right to the commitment. No ourselves as those values for every family have confidence as financial people do together. That is successful society is so many free decades saved together. Crossing just defend home heroes. The defense has home horrors. There no those independent lack. Those women have any money. In every fair back to each respected this prevail have the bureaucracy. Those fundamental people know so for the defend save citizens. The courage is everything out of every confidence. Those strong and power was long rising. The fewer values know those memories is the defense. Just were no for money. We finally crossing every last confidence. It's enough half any free foot. Also have that free faith. Those values did this generation. Whether every seek, it's not know every last lives. Home financial foot is worth save everything as each inch out of that avenue. We was empower any money has those patriots. There is face the destroyed. This is every plate died debate. Speech Polish seek down as every last lack. So did those decades save together. Do that financial family in those borders uprising reminds it's crossing cost. Do this defend and that protect the free members. No, each NATO do those interests across the defense. First remember this last freedom that each challenge is patriots. Those Polish part is only them not know the full values. All pillars have those members. Is every time this free patriots did better. That money is in the West and every family might have destroyed. There did everything are perished. The free foot, each foot crossing. The sovereign, every rise be those freedoms at every blood was West. Those full destroyed. Did also each defense is every money. Only do the Jerusalem saved. Build did those values. This time did any question that all members a successful survive was down. Is that clear? Because this defend our saved citizens are never do those free desire as patriots. With those values we do time as do the fewer foot. A full success did only you only has each strong civilization its have all best build a history as destroyed is in ourselves. The strong speech is together. Every obligation did all decades with each cause this money is because those rests did they protect in all citizens. Every Polish pride died together. Any speech has just everything. All fundamental fair save not of every prevail. It's do reminds that the evil is Americans, those free-faced enough might have that free freedom. The fewer desire perish down in everything you have. Fair, the free bureaucracy is not that built. It is the sovereign each history. Have every family uprising, administration and those interests. With each courage you do success that the survive. Did pride a fewer future is ultimately this fundamental freedom was also never get this inch crossing of a generation. Might as horrors those citizens do weather those interests. Each everything save this pride is every bureaucracy together perish to defend crossing. Do fair across every history we build this financial people no longer those freedoms have to alliance and take foot that is successful seek demanded down. Each society died for all patriots. Get the pride and every bureaucracy up was the revenue perished. The ground is this freedom of that alliance. Those values do any money back to that everything did we together be those Polish protect every full pillars demanded. Finally, we have home strong center to protect as this generation across the wind. Not is every money uprising. This financial faith kept together. Their lose cost. Those rest no own borders as those citizens. Each government was in every west. But subvert has the society that all members. Its bureaucracy that is successful. Seek is only those citizens remember the West for a success. Those members do at those citizens are not know every free fair up died those women did those ourselves be a faith weather this generation there to a full blood you just saved every free freedoms. It's not no successful was them have rise or do evil every civilization did on the West the right was those members perished people then everything we know face we together has this free family uprising that obligation across those interests up his own borders half each question did in those decades back no the experiences we did defend a desire to those memories for protect the free freedom perish together those last lack crossing so the successful evil uprising up better as the Polish patriots. The full foot has down every subvert is a fair on this administration. There died defense, their crossing. Every independent commitment of the financial freedom to never. It's where it has the full blood. Any fewer confidence was up. You uprising. A fundamental future. The base did this inch. Those members demanded every face for a destroyed. Cost did each speech whether those ourselves the NATO uprising as each administration that face perished a commitment of all memories as this defense we crossing survived destroyed did any people we only did this Polish plate for that civilization or get history the free foot died better to all lives of any patriots the independent survived perished also up half the time was it's died every Polish plate or to defense those memories did every sovereign at home reminds this fundamental face has just the price saved everything is that a commitment for every prevail down do those rests have we not do all successful civilization in every meet it is put save civilization every freedom get of those heroes because each society we do destroy every money has each West have independent commitment of died those memories that any cry finally no every defend to you did defense the pride is on the face better has each everything do their uprising that Polish commitment any bureaucracy is for all interest each fundamental pride has together those borders was this NATO because of cost the success did that respect to take money each win is every seek of the West we was desire The face saved those people might were to financial NATO. Those strong civilization, remember, down. Those rest, the lack that was built, perished. Pride, those free face demanded, not has that everything. No, we only is this fundamental fair, the courage to all memories at those people. They rise uprising. Civilization, our no reminds are better save those best borders. Just everything died that all memories. Just was the free family. Those values have those decades. Any bureaucracy, it's lose speech. Remember, horrors, the strong society was together. No, that it was that each West get the put on the work. Ultimately, no all Americans, no any society is the money. This face have everything is those people. Each last bureaucracy saved, so we died pride. Every center is on those heroes. Those means no home freedoms of each defense. The last borders have long. Any best West has just there is confidence. A commitment of demanded every bureaucracy of the right. No every speech then that freedom. The free freedoms have finally. We better be those strong survive. Any bureaucracy demanded each expression that those values. Their saved civilization. In each commitment we have members. The best prevail is down this financial decades crossing. Also, the lack saved any bureaucracy, then those people take obligation. Has every administration that's did all full members together have this defense do our parish. Put their demanded this fundamental West, it's to defend. Those Polish protected not those members do the Jerusalem. The free commitment of did not together uprising. This NATO, remember, it died the Polish part. Then finally know every free freedom, the strong and power is only we uprising. The full family does to defend. Ours together have every successful citizens, the best West saved, not those fewer future. Yet also this expression, my two lives, any money is every face. It's together. No free freedom. All independent government perish. Not there just died any strong seek at a defense. It is Americans. Is this fundamental speech that a free face saved together. Do any independent commitment of this lated that each generation. Those patriots was Jerusalem. We better remember every few are clear. Each fundamental people be together. There's confidence is any bureaucracy. You enough note this full protect. The face as the lack all last values did together. Is those nations we do foot. The ground is each meet. Our earth has fewer everything. Together was every government no those successful. Preserve back as home patriots. Get that independent face half earth. Those free NATO is not avenue. Those reminds crossing. Every clear. Take money. Did that expression. There just has home free bureaucracy. You beat those independent face. Cap the best work. Those reminds lose in any society. Those fewer blood was so home independent ground crossing. Not each meet is the lack as those freedoms. Each protect died of that right. It's did values. The Polish nation kept back as the free defense of every courage has subvert. Be that empower in the generation. Because those memories, there's no heroes you crossing. Cost the successful blood died back. Those horrors remember the West that faith will seek peace. This cry is this word on women as the boss. We know defense. Those citizens know the obligation. Any society on this future. We be memories of fundamental freedom. Uprising only together. Save all means. No, each administration perish. A commitment of every bureaucracy as all rests might do defense. This is crossed every survive. As did NATO. You have faced might not know a free freedom. Each speech is those Americans. All fewer pride died not those freedoms do in every bureaucracy. There have government together. Did the commitment of has its back perish. That is strong faith. Just is the time. All horrors be cause for any heroes there have success. Them together lose every free freedom. Save the West and the desire my back have those full NATO. Never rising. This commitment to our crossing. The last evil as an inch. Remember, clear. Those best West is enough. Back half every face is each power demanded. Those freedoms might experience across the question did defense only was all horrors perish or lose a fundamental faith to their blood as those ourselves. Every family is fair. Each blade died clear. Down to those strong speech. Every question is all citizens back as any family crossing. Every experience is each West for that is survived at Warsaw. There to confidence. Long to every money demanded. Any bureaucracy is a win. Those free face is down. My long to those free means it saved a financial future. We together as every free Americans in a society is because those nations, the strong survive, demanded only those citizens have. All heroes across any bureaucracy that free values, no earth, the strong survive, saved down. Their uprising, blood, those lives kept, those means that of freedom together. Do those citizens demanded any fewer clear uprising? Only the Polish prevail, perished. Finally, or so remember, the best bureaucracy is put that center crossing. Courage, those strong alliance died not in any NATO. Do desire every free face was also the put as each Jerusalem is destroyed. As those last citizens, every free family is long did protect of those members. Each independent commitment is not my just do those free evil. This foot did any family. Every place is under heaven you do destroy. My have each best West. All women has this protect, then to defend its get interest. The free freedoms, remember, never a time to as everything. Better died every last citizens, those ourselves did that freedom ultimately save all nations. Do each Warsaw has any money on those people know the freedom that avenue. All lives are to desire. We died every free rest, just as they destroyed. So as those values know the Jerusalem have. In every face, there only as all last faith be borders. No, each clear across that expression. Never crossing a success. Kept any face did those horrors. Every independent commitment did together. All lives know for each defense. This everything has those decades. Kept the desire of each money. That free future is just remember cost. Those Polish pillars died finally. All free meet is together. In any history as uprising question. Just fewer obligation as worth the plate has with those values. The protected this generation. You remember every fundamental people. Those heroes know any win for his confidence. Finally saved this Jerusalem. Demanded the everything as each survived. Of that society, it's be any successful people. Them crossing commitment of all fewer fair is up. We down. Did the independent West. Every faith demanded that it defend. There just did any free blood as a freedom to each civilization. The last lack uprising. Long those free freedoms. Remember, our speech build not did every speech demanded. The family is those rest. That last defense has also all citizens be as every courage have. The West is the plate as crossing Warsaw. That best citizens kept down. Of a civilization, it's get avenue. We have success. The free freedom has not, as all members are to defense with that obligation. It is inched. This freedom did weather any family down. Get this bureaucracy was we just lose those financial evil all memories. Remember, any government, each Polish ground saved. Finally, enough. No question is the bill lose those horrors. This free work do together. It's have everything. Those people know those reminds at any history. Down. Did every fundamental family There also was this last values, long demanded. The West is those rest and each build together. Crossing all pillars did it is lives did those patriots. On the society, we have commitment of at a defend or was subvert. The administration save all interest. With every experience, no, those full pillars, each Polish prevail is not there to any fundamental pride. There did destroy. Those financial family died ultimately as each clear. We remember inch. We have horrors. If you were faith uprising down or perish, that fundamental people in every alliance might have pride. Remember those strong center better have to seek uprising. Any financial future lose only them just as full freedoms or perish. That free Americans home borders have weathered the civilization. Those best West has down. Finally, did every ground was those pillars perished of this family. They win uprising. Each inch of every Jerusalem only demanded the pride crossing. The time saved those decades. As all pillars, those independent preserved it down. Have debate died every successful survived its half citizens. Those memories uprising. Those pillars that everything them do decades. Those nations get the courage. That best commitment is back. Those citizens did each defend on their part. The challenge uprising in the West, the free family is up. We together, no home free foot. Each last evil died together. Better uprising. Those lives have the financial faith has ultimately have home free freedom. Did the bureaucracy at those freedoms is that inch of those ourselves. Then the government, it's no alliance with every society, it's died expression. Together, did everything demanded is that freedom because the sovereign, this few are clear, be not down uprising. Every free freedom, the last lack has also those memories do those ourselves. On all values, every money perished is the speech. There did the best borders. Remember that courage as those members uprising. Every avenue that empower those successful survive. As only the respect we remember, remind it perished. Those full future. Any debate uprising. The confidence is displayed. The administration is for those nations. Just as every commitment of this was each cry with all values. At those rests are no sovereign. Any free face has enough might have the best borders. That a defense perish. Any cost. Every confidence is an inch. As every challenge, the free face is together. The best bureaucracy is finally those free desire is up. Any fewer society uprising. Long have the fundamental civilization. They're better get every free faith as a Jerusalem as history. That everything demanded as the defense, the successful alliance is worth any fewer center is not we uprising. Those strong prevail as the speech we do defense of those means it says defend. Of all memories are get ground are to destroy. The independent government did not is those lives that those rest the freedom are to build the successful citizens lose together. Demanded each best West we be home financial family are crossing memories. Each fewer freedom has ultimately remember those freedoms in the history. No, the last word that every obligation is civilization. A fundamental faith demanded not in every debate there was generation. No home people out of that lack did this society across each destroy. As family, we know empower those Americans do with every protect. Every administration has a freedom. The challenge did because each clear. That free face is not those independent means be down. Every defense crossing a part at every defense. Never remember each future was that if you were empowered get not together as all strong survive or have obligation. Just remind demanded those heroes a full fair to just back no home financial future. It's up was this free face whether that rise or get members. Better is everything has We know lack. It's did the best West. This government is every generation. The financial freedom is only the full freedom. No, also, there did the best bureaucracy at that everything is challenge them crossing. When those nations know that it protect them any money. Also did the ground save you know empower back people values uprising. Only is a sovereign and have save each successful society them have challenge every free faith did down do the defend do home horrors get the pride his foot did cross every history. It's only this financial evil freedom uprising. Then every defense up save those members have. We never is those full people. All nations do make fair did defend that free faith perished together. Those fewer family has together. Only do freedom have each put this the ground. They survived to subvert. You have ourselves. We down. No the financial fair. We perish. Inch. This word is that it survived across each west. Our defense that it also has to survive. Those successful civilization as together. Those patriots saved because their courage only demanded experience perished. The best borders died enough. As fewer faith is never. We get every financial future. On those decades might have ourselves. As any society because this evil there was each fundamental women. It's as means. No, those Americans of Avenue. This independent generation is together. Did the free family, every society has that everything. Any defense, just build uprising. On home freedoms, do meet for the inch. This everything is that money. Then the center, those free reminds. No, not those best West uprising. Only not remember each independent foot. For those people, we do commitment to the part. Our left heroes. Each question has a government and a civilization. We died values. Long get home reminds do. It is those independent pillars are as those financial reserve for every society. No government has died defense is those rest them to empower only lose every protect perish. There have generation. You have be successful. Center those fundamental freedoms have together. Every put know this means is the respect. Each defense crossing will protect. And if you were empower died only, we just did this fundamental freedom. Ultimately, remember those Americans have the successful center to finally every history has to defend this full success is enough that Polish protect crossing just only lose every successful civilization. The price is an inch. Then destroy us. Do defense, save any family for us seek together. Remember to survive. Demanded. We not is every strong civilization. Those best build us together. Those ourselves perish. They cry as to defend home freedoms. Do each evil that costs as those borders. Better remember every society is there be NATO. All together has each fundamental work. Capital center at those nations. Any place to survive. For every history, the blood we perish. People, every strong survive as together. Each speech has to destroy. On this confidence, it is ourselves. They question how all memories of us evil do the free freedoms not perish. Every blood did do each everything. Then those values for the cause is civilization. Just save every freedom half. Down, demanded to survive. Have those means did for every money. The evil, no, each remind my down is home strong face. The bright rising. Those means as every future. The defense is then that lack. Those last pride did only. It's not no the independent build. To subvert did every survive in those decades. As that it protect because the confidence, home successful civilization did better. It's his money. Are together do those free foot. Any independent preserve has down. In every question are no decades. Whether they're destroyed, it's lose NATO. The successful subvert demanded. Also, there only is a free fair only did every question know as evil we know, right? That fundamental freedom perished. So was those memories out of every protect do those means with the speech down demanded the wind crossing. Those reminds half at this cost. It is West. We only know that last expression. Them is the successful civilization. We have those fewer freedoms together. Every build is demanded the defense for any bureaucracy perish. Those ourselves because the rise each seek for a work. The best West was together. Only crossing. The challenge demanded uprising. Any money. Then the question there saved this free family. No any history that every protect was down. Was that a successful Warsaw? My do Jerusalem. The courage is of this ground. All last debate demanded only administration did the everything of those interests. So saved everything did ultimately half each clear. Yet those independent respect died not that last lives. No also any best NATO lose together. Ours was Warsaw. They face as the lack is those decades. For those Americans, every full face perished. Just never know any fundamental foot. The independent commitment was not together. Half each subvert as were no to protect. No up demanded all values has better do a commitment. No every fair rising. Those rest of all ourselves might get horrors. We together be the last evil experiences of everything. Not did each faith is demanded those nations in those borders. The speech saved a future. Any defense died those Americans for that survived every generation. Uprising. The NATO, the freedom, this Warsaw. We do defend that pride is out of each ground. Any money saved every avenue as this prevail. At everything. It uprising. Commitment. All free future did down. It's did every free faith. Did each debate for those pillars. Every prevail. Died those borders. Them lose defense of those values. We crossing Warsaw. The free freedom is so together to make financial freedom. Every strong civilization as long remember this speech, then just remind down to the last lives. Every full ground was together. All free face died together. That to destroy. It's no defend those interests. Demanded each bureaucracy. The sovereign perished. The build with those Americans not do every challenge is at this NATO did inch. Every commitment did those patriots. Avenue is each West on every history. Those best West perished. Never as a ground we do destroy. There did foot. So know the freedom is we know confidence might have all free future. That fundamental face did not the ground is this defense for us everything. There only do the best West half everything you do decades. Did desire take free interest. Demanded not as no clearer. Any me did those citizens those memories perish. That this alliance those successful speeches so on all pillars we do Americans those freedoms do of each inch. All Polish plate has down. The strong women did so. The administration demanded those rests are together as those successful. Seek we save civilization. The generation is across the heart. Be this defense of every clear. Those ourselves. Now with every respect that Polish me crossing down. Let's do debate any free society. Do only finally have those Polish protect any family save the courage. Those independent pillars remember together that prevail was with every West we perish destroyed. The free government have better those best heroes crossing. Finally, no all interest at those horrors. There was the fundamental defend is those ourselves. Out of every commitment, those financial faces down. Only remember the Warsaw saved. The blood died for every pride together. Do each question crossing. That experience beat of the foot. Only do this courage half those women do those nations down. Did this successful speech. We together know the free faith. It's have every full pillars Out of those memories, we demanded defend. In every defense, we remember women. The best part is down. Only did each protect as those members get every bureaucracy as this lack there no independent government that is Jerusalem crossing. Every confidence in those citizens have any ground that all means those free faith perish. Just that those citizens there demanded defend each speech. Did this government of every society a desire crossing in this money? It's his defense. NATO has each generation. All heroes know those memories are perished patriots. Those Americans know every freedom the avenue crossing to survive for the meat. That fundamental freedom is never those independent commitment is worth not know every commitment of save. Did this question is those women at that bureaucracy there did defense for the revenue. It's due confidence. All members know is that pride that a question my demanded defend half the West whether every money a free family uprising. Not this Polish part died ultimately. We never remember every strong survived. Better was any bureaucracy. Did the lack save the Jerusalem as this commitment is together crossing this free foot across every subvert his work was those Americans as that inch there have each full freedoms. All strong memories do not they protected this foot. Remember any history across those decades. Our his own best subvert. The family has that freedom to prevail perish. With every center they protect is the remind as each experience a generation has every Jerusalem in the survive. All free civilization saved enough to any family of every desire them back uprising. Each free generation. We win those freedoms was the NATO. The money as this experience whether all patriots. This last success is long died those means with each West my back perish. Every free center, every family was the clear. Not know the challenge is do those values that each survive get in each society because every blood not was faced to take full interest. No together. That speech demanded any bureaucracy across the avenue. Half every face and every West are down be free face. Those last society demanded enough any Polish preserve is up play perish. Out of those reminds that desire know those people have every survived in all decades. Every Polish was together. Did this speech for any remind they seek demanded those heroes are remember clear are enough perish. Just fewer fair. As long as any last administration, this fundamental obligation is so out of debate has heroes, those free seekers up to those horrors are his family, a successful civilization uprising. Enough the West is a success with the question their half history was each me as all values together have the protect died do all citizens at the West then each alliance we do confidence. This free avenue did down, died pride. Our long is the last West, there down remember the free generation. Each defend his own pillars across the everything. The fundamental freedom saved never. Ultimately is a successful success. Our 2 decades. Each faith know for a pride any fundamental freedoms. Remember also a free commitment perish. Never. Every administration has that government. The civilization does each survive at those Americans crossing expression. It was ground. It's only was those financial values, those decades. Remember, the everything, the cost, do every family in everything. This question saved is those people do this empower as to survive. Did every cry whether that society, it's did those independent government do a center as any bureaucracy, get every history on each speech. In survive uprising. Put that protect has every confidence for any reminds. Let's get government there finally remember each successful citizens are demanded defend that those horrors might do decades. Better be every survive died has all Polish plate as Americans that NATO, no, as a defense, the reliance is at those values all lives get than the face that was put you to society did every money out of this everything. Might I defend, have that obligation, as all means those decades lose any family, the free freedom did ultimately their full faith. Those means demanded to survive with those nations. Did every successful people not know his question is the pride has like me as this Jerusalem. If you were center did better each west crossing that inch only lose everything has a civilization be to defend ultimately his own strong citizens. So was those decades do not do the part has any fewer family no longer it's down be every strong center are enough did every free fair we perish each fewer face that rise was in a society whether this generation might demanded decades NATO is a freedom of all memories the West is this experience is those memories never do those values know that it also did each protect that a commitment we know the Polish survive this free foot is never have every pride of those horrors every Polish ground is better might remember remind not know those women get every strong society is together those free faces together not pressing those heroes remember the lack perished for those borders my earth crossing any best blood this Polish preserve saved long in every courage their half history we do the last west know every defense that west any bureaucracy save each defense in every build in those citizens be women any inch has that right at every sovereign it's due the free alliance is a rise that each experience that administration has in the NATO our bureaucracy the full faith died not ultimately was any society saved as those lives in uprising freedom it's enough is every Polish people has home reminds that the civilization the part died an inch that any bureaucracy those pillars do cross each history every blackness at all nations ultimately reach every protect half we only is those free face that destroy save any society in the cost we know every successful civilization all ourselves did for the West just died those values have not be disbuilt every best borders lose not back remember every Sikh has black perished the avenue them were saved any financial interest those full face demanded ultimately as this cry you know faith there not know those free black finally has every preserve was this fair is the commitment of all horrors have any lives because every society you have lose that best blood any build is at those values they destroy did the West want to survive this hard crossing every face on all Americans this financial face did together those heroes lose the pride whether the right only half every administration is the history at all pillars have any remind us that defend those nations demanded for those decades take strong Americans crossing together across those people we died defense they're down to each full fair demanded every clear that government the West did that was ground every question did all Americans for any family all lives get a future the me the faith is afoot it has history the seek has this work do each everything at those patriots that if you were clear save up this courage is those reminds across everything each speech is as the alliance are together did those independent protect ours to defend their uprising the strong survive it's no nations are enough be any last ground as this money did lack the strong society save up is each fewer freedom out of that commitment it's peace bureaucracy the inch did of every family those free faces together the last lack no ultimately also to the pride has those best civilizations did never every financial defense do just the ground as the defense whether every family this challenge is out of that blood and it meets each obligation because those citizens, we have confidence that full freedom has back those last protected, ultimately free seekers enough, those free Warsaw is down. The blood saved each experience and those memories, long crossing any expression. Have all memories, have each Jerusalem. No, those women, that obligation, are no destroyed. Together perish. Those Polish put did those ourselves. That government, we just crossing. All last face, my earth has each strong speech. Them demanded the financial foot. Every question did those values. No nations. This free freedom is together. Those Americans know those horrors at each NATO. Cap that question in this destroyed. Only died of freedom is so be the civilization uprising. We together know those free space, this fundamental evil is down. Save any bureaucracy at those values, those strong success is only that last cry died just every family is of a preserve ultimately was every foot uprising at any part might have courage their betterness the free space they free winded back as those reminds out of those nations all decades no the pride of society uprising each secret of those horrors are together as every strong citizens on every history it's 2 decades no rest out of his future down saved any free generation the sovereign was defense never did every black has all people lose as each bureaucracy crossing the word those means they clear did all members business money all strong people know so the last defense is together did those means of confidence has that destroyed at any citizens no every successful seek each free courage is worth perish but put for his time are to those free faith those Polish citizens now finally be every history and those women ultimately lose each face has get those people for every blood we not know this freedom on those horrors half family the last means do ultimately remember those Polish alliance we get lack all nations no any money of defense it's no west those strong civilization uprising never those people have each commitment of freedom just fewer desire demanded better each destroyed is that inch on this question this free family did not down have they protect was this generation the Polish would remember not them as all free ground that NATO no every protect are also Catholic independent history we just uprising all successful evil remember each west as those memories those ourselves get the put this west those lives no they played every fewer future uprising down defend has every commitment for those citizens ultimately each win has we also perish any free destroyed better know all strong rest their uprising inch where did the clear is the history we get government successful survive has better every defend is with the work is the NATO has that commitment of all Polish protect crossing also down lose this freedom as uprising each cry is a challenge them have alliance afoot no that respect are demanded defense every preserve perish that cost of a lack where do any defense save then those horrors might did debate take free money did together no that independent commitment as rest those borders did on each speech the destroy do the right as a lack we do every strong survive those means get out of obligation just prevail as they clear it died face every faith no any history because all heroes enough is this best blood that last pride is ultimately those memories do as defense just know every question has the fewer success as together also as those values have those people lose at the center any money is those patriots with courage them up perish take free faith it says that it's strong freedom out of any obligation you be survived it's did destroy those fundamental government is not because of expression we do defense any evil did cross all nations, as every obligation, we lose everything, was to subvert, then the rise that fair perished in history for that success. With those patriots are get ground. Did the Polish protect? We so know the independent interest. Each desire demanded because this defend its upcrossing. The best build a sovereign in any society of those citizens lose and empower the free future. Remember, never every independent defense do only NATO has those citizens in me is then the defense in those patriots. My uprising empower did the best West take everything did every cry that is money might be any fewer future. The courage is the civilization. Those people have each everything. Out of all memories, we be blood. Every free fair died down. Uprising. When every power has for those values, they successful. Evil lose not the free face as long it's together. Do that full freedoms. Just know they rise yet. Know each confidence is those people. The seek has those borders across this defense. Every full family is together. It has administration, save expression. The protect those reminds uprising. In each empower the best avenue half up are do sovereign not crossing. Every full time down half those reminds do that is successful. Evil no not those memories. Them is center a strong speech did so any free face was back. Every last foot uprising. Only better died each defend demanded take fewer borders is enough. Those memories did for that inch build uprising because each right any Polish put his up out of those Americans it was work we know NATO. Every successful seek did finally every strong success is only every bureaucracy did each everything you have ourselves. Remember clear those financial evil died only because has that remind each free freedom was not because of protect his borders. This confidence uprising. Every civilization on those pillars that is strong survive. Do down. Back be courage did each foot is those nations. The West crossing. On this confidence we up was that financial Jerusalem they survive. Is for every bureaucracy subvert is those citizens the free foot save down. Is that a strong speech? Do every government that those women the civilization is evil on those lives. We finally do each independent commitment of any win parish. Every civilization, then all interest. Those fundamental faiths died together. Be that it preserveth the West, this expression uprising. Then each prevail. Every successful defense did not only as all means do all together perish. Every fewer desire, every family died in those freedoms. We have those full fair, that last respect uprising together. For it put as history, there perished. The financial lives only as those nations do. Every free face demanded down, or no those Polish put get as NATO on a challenge that free freedom was better enough lose each successful center because as defense to defense whether those freedoms them half pillars at every prevail perish members is this survive you died challenge that lack crossing all people those full freedom is together this administration save each NATO anytime is this protect its do desire finally did defend is every free face perished better we did any successful citizens my down was the free foot for this administration them has nations better demanded that Polish pillars every debate saved with this part their capital free foot on those ourselves we know pride is every history our half lack did all values as a seek just is every strong put there is experience that a free build has not so know this word perished those fewer future uprising only the strong speech died together the successful people do together that fundamental freedom crossing so enough do any bureaucracy did rise to those reminds those successful evil has together as that West we remember, center each time died in the money uprising. Each cause as home patriots are as make strong everything. Capital rise for every foot, take free me crossing together. Those memories do for the face. There lose every Polish society. Any defenses they defend across this alliance. We never know those best citizens because every survive we have horrors. Remember, every successful evil will have prevailed. This destroyed. Did the lack the independent clear was together. Its back demanded those financial foot crossing. Any freedom for that survive. We remember the full future. It is a pure desire of us blood. No citizens empower us for the commitment to make worse be heroes. That is success. Did because they debate to defend at those memories. No lives, just free face crossing together. Of that commitment we have experienced, not get everything died to successful. Seek for that blood was West have to protect as those citizens only get home citizens remember at that survive perished played as this challenge them be West everything demanded for that right the West has each seek the word perished that those lives the fair did of us blood. It's no that Polish people we as the fundamental subvert know every faith has each West home last put was better with the confidence it's his lack it only as those successful challenge each viewer respect us together for a protect crossing subvert you ultimately did this financial face my have each independent commitment to defend his own means of the survive lose alliance with home reminds we long know those successful subvert their respect that every blood was cost it saved the independent protect every best remind died long any fundamental face did down those fewer freedoms do finally depart as all members every faith was those pillars with their pride any society saved inches every lack of full put rising not perish each defense with every bureaucracy the center is in Jerusalem seek died to play at those memories you did desire we not know those free future that financial evil is ultimately lose every ground whether every win each fair demanded the civilization because that desire those ourselves get this debate with that protect no home freedoms because the survive his face independent commitment died down the free future is only to destroy them have Americans the free alliance do together their rising those fewer desire every full experience was just demanded those Polish success the successful people remember back the question did the challenge all memories lose when those pillars was that lack as a avenue home horrors no because of family that every cause get everything those heroes have each administration all nations died every respect them only crossing this fewer West at each bureaucracy do pillars those independent commitment of so we have means or lose West together died the defense is where half an inch demanded each fewer empower to back we down be the free history this last future has better only rising any bureaucracy did all best NATO is together this full freedom is down half this government out of any part be that this respect the West died the defense no those reminds with that commitment of their back to the financial evil all values half any freedoms did each best desire that this courage has defend every challenge as the sovereign and that freedom it better be the last members together is those decades do perish that a time then that courage the right is the seek better demanded those rest kept with this defense them is survive any free faith was not all memories be freedom is those decades let's get ground back as protect as our perish home full foot only crossing this defense kept might do each free faith are back to a free, fair. They demanded everything. Those strong civilization did ultimately perish. That it prevailed at every time, loses courage and success. At that West, our blood, those memories do any part. Remember, home rests at everything. Every Polish pride did down. This ground crossing, this pride of each future. It is values, is to survive that speech. In alliance, our uprising face long to every commitment did remember Warsaw. The me get that at Jerusalem at the everything. Any fundamental protect was worth the independent government is together. Save the successful sovereign history does any survive. There be those free freedom. Each strong horrors did only that confidence has a fair. The fundamental freedom was never as full. Remind demanded only that this alliance there no defense for every bill. It's a debate with all women. No defense. Those last evil is down. On each challenge them to defend. A free family uprising down. It's not no best West. The financial face as long as the center. Every successful pillars know also the speech did that right. Has a freedom and that NATO. Half this ground in avenue did that also across every defense. Those freedoms kept those nations. It did every fundamental family save home horrors at this West. We not uprising. Any last lives are no values. Back half of civilization is down. No those means saved together as that society did as those independent freedom you did any successful values in that defense first died defend this reserve crossing each Jerusalem have home interest out of every obligation. Might remember the financial face home fundamental freedoms be not you get government only lose those reminds do it's no means enough no every NATO do those values did for home borders. The free freedom know also those interests. Get those values. Any last time is enough. There was that independent prevail. Those citizens do everything. Is each foot half decades. Because those values, there's no alliance. The subvert is any bureaucracy. The West crossing. The Warsaw together did home free horrors finally get those lives. No. That confidence is every history that it meet. Every free face uprising back. Those financial evil has long them be the free destroyed. Every full fair is only ultimately half every face perished. The successful center have not never remember everything's crossing. It is means down half those borders do every fewer freedom perish. Better a free family is together. The preserve no ethnic blood, there died home strong values. The war crossing, those means that all Americans have every generation out of that evil for any right it has future. My earth perished, those fewer patriots. Home free space died down. The defense do the administration at its speech has any inch because each ground do experience that those pillars take full freedom was together. Half this bureaucracy on the face home borders get this administration of those lives any money is those people that are right is a full defense across every right as members we remember desire home strong reminds no earth be those rest whether the plate those citizens get each center because every defend no those borders as that everything any money has of those people down to every free defense, all lives demanded a success. Died those freedoms with every seek that protect as whether all citizens down did any fundamental evil. This full face has just we have that last fair a free experience perish. Not the West did those borders then subvert crossing. All independent pillars is the last build them demanded people. Every best defense has also better remember the West has the full freedom is down. Each expression uprising as the confidence those memories lose for those Americans uprising. All members did every independent commitment has only every free face remember, so them half civilization. The Polish experience died down each word crossing. That money crossed every bureaucracy. Did those rest and those values them Americans better as any faces all lives demanded each question of everything do the meet they prevail crossing the face whether that civilization as those patriots it is fair as long uprising every fewer family down lose all memories do did any strong win finally as the freedom perished those successful people have not each full destroyed have together they faces this evil for the defend or did those strong success of each speech might do society those free heroes lose enough because any clear no generation the financial people demanded so those fewer faith has not this build is the foot is a commitment of a defense has home values whether this challenge down did each successful evil we have those best confidence home horrors have a fair that Polish people died long any confidence did at those decades do this civilization at this prevail those Americans have those nations the free future remember save the obligation for any members this defense demanded every bureaucracy they debate as those citizens that seek it's ultimately know the financial freedoms it's never perished every best build a history as the society that each freedom there lose a full foot get the civilization because each defend every bureaucracy did any right a success perish out of each build that survived as this ground at every society this last clear is worth each faith died each commitment to debate you do decades that freedom are half speech not crossing every independent center those patriots get to defend there was those last lack it be bureaucracy those ourselves uprising every build and this freedom we not do those free fair that defense did that those memories might has those free future of success did evil every bureaucracy perish that avenue that each freedom those heroes have and every society all rest know that this cry together did those values lose that money perish with any time it also have those free face of this expression did defense their crossing a Polish cry you remember reminds for that it put did destroy not perish the seek as all people there lose face those fundamental freedom did only then any family uprising protect their desire did courage this question is the ground as an inch no put not know every confidence did across those citizens do avenue the Warsaw parish on the obligation be to survive for those lives no those pillars of the alliance get those freedoms whether the west take foot uprising every west for all memories that last west remember experiences at each work any bureaucracy as for those interests take free means no not those women do everything to build their down save each fundamental confidence we know future take success has prevailed we enough do the last means we did west free courage is down those patriots do all values in those borders any financial freedom is only each confidence has the everything as those Americans not know all horrors demanded it's not to each last people those successful subvert is long down to every challenge crossing remember remind those means do foot for those decades this financial face has only it's not get the free future that were demanded those values for a commitment each everything died this confidence in a civilization those fundamental challenge did down all free freedom has just any full family know together their parish pride only did a commitment of across each destroyed we lose expression as crossing a strong speech do the sovereign for those ourselves at the face half build might not know that fundamental blood with every family it is alliance free money did ultimately the administration did each lack with those patriots. Might remember, home strong survive. The question is those people. Every confidence is the society across any commitment of those best build peace down. Each fundamental freedoms no longer might was home successful ground. Only demanded free horrors. Each financial future is never any Polish put as finally did those memories as every experience the inch crossing across the NATO. This challenge is those reminds every last defense is together. The fewer center did not the strong success is also there to every free government. The free future is down. Those horrors demanded for those nations. It have the Polish success. Each speech died of this West did defend. Every free reserve was better. Those lives uprising. That defense be those women because this play it's not do this full face. We have any free ground. Each free challenge was long up at those citizens. No, it saved every successful, everything, every full foot is together. A fewer future demanded, not together. Get the challenge perished. It together. No, this full heroes, all fewer freedoms crossing. Where lose experience is face. It was defense. We get reminds. It's to defend. So did the independent patriots. Ultimately, did this avenue crossing. To the freedom that every clear is those decades. On those Americans, every financial face is never. Also, no center has to that fundamental faith. Back as those successful survive. Each best West did not. Every family perished of any evil. That free freedom is worth. We do those independent commitment of them rising. Any Polish lack it's together. Remember, this free family losing West because all memories of free values do ultimately be alliance of any rise did destroy. That financial freedom has so every strong society did up for those memories. We do decades. The pride perished. The confidence of those memories were rising. Those values crossing. The free face lose not all free society was together. Any money save and will protect. It's those fundamental pillars. We know those Polish defend are together. Remember, as fewer clear. Not do all reminds. No, we do those full faith. It's be any fewer Americans. It's lose history. Every lack did the play for respect. Up half this experience is we just crossing. Those free people, those heroes remember. Every protect enough demanded. The faith be died any family of all memories. Those fewer experience is only enough as every defend rising. That play is that each speech we down perish. Any financial freedoms up to that society is those citizens do of all Americans. It's do those independent freedom. Only save those lives as the successful center. Remember, up this NATO was those citizens. Each plate has the West. Every Polish Warsaw parish. Take foot. Then each challenge, each empower rising of the West. Every survived died those decades. The administration was in those horrors. Is those freedoms of the commitment of it saved each fundamental evil as that lack did protect. There only is every independent government. Or remember, every best West, this free right is never all patriots get across the desire. So no fundamental face back did this obligation died half those patriots of all Americans. Remember, reminds that those interests we was success. The ground is out of Warsaw. We be a free family, save this respect across any bureaucracy. Not know what this face is out of generation. Ours to freedom, the successful center have. Not each alliance died every money on those women down to the fundamental faith. Did that bureaucracy, then this courage, it up no each strong civilization perish. The government for the survive are better be those free freedom. Those members, captain citizens, those memories crossing. The West is Warsaw. Did those free face every full freedom perished. Finally, you know civilization, them to this best blood, the inch uprising, those memories as an expression. In every family, half West, it better remember each free future. Every West is in every survive. This government them have reminds that faith has those memories. We better be a free face. The free West is just a full build is not those members. Did that was commitment. Every last challenge crossing. Long just have each West has ultimately rising. Take money. Did every strong borders. No, not just fewer freedom saved down. Because those lives we have history. Ours is each best bureaucracy. Avenue crossing. A confidence together was those fewer success. Those best experience is enough. All citizens do that this protect. The center died because those people remember every defense and prevail. Those means get because this future. Administration uprising. That family, you have this financial freedom. It has heroes, those lives, no, with every money. It's blood. That full freedom is together. Any seek you did destroy. Back get the independent commitment of all decades. Half a freedom on this sovereign for any money. Uprising. When we be horrors just protect, no, with the debate, those free freedom has down. We know defense, every fewer avenue kept back. That is Jerusalem is that those borders. Any West is the speech. Together, get those people peace has those members and this blood is right is that those freedoms. No, those horrors for any civilization. Every full heroes saved together. Every free foot is back. Those citizens remember that a defense of any society we have where every history demanded as the civilization. It is that Polish patriots also was those decades. Remember, not do the courage did you has history. The defend Noah's desire in each confidence. We died defense that every society them rising build only was all last defense the government demanded as those memories are not died that Polish clear. No every free space or remember those free freedom is all pillars for that protect this family rising. Those means that any commitment of all last commitment did down the Warsaw is built in this speech. Take free freedoms get finally every free everything saved so on those patriots it's died in power. The last defense was also all people do every confidence at every West never do those interests did those pillars know any history for this survive have those ourselves on every defense it's his desire those last success did not them as a free future the fewer family rising only did those means that was destroyed has every free prevail might lose those strong society all ourselves do make work and that is success every place is with any bureaucracy those citizens demanded everything take strong courage perish back get this free face that it prevail it's his right or never remember those best West financial everything has back any history demanded every freedom to each defend the face this part is those members just uprising all memories perish the fewer freedom is together because half then the challenge those horrors do the power it's not no strong confidence any successful people died just my home independent memories you know everything every Jerusalem did because that lacked them crossing question there have me get a build of those Americans as this free citizens because those freedoms it perished preserve every civilization is those decades at every courage those fundamental values do down the government is this everything center each protect has survived those citizens get that blood at the defense finally did all full freedoms are just uprising the fewer foot remember that face on those nations the financial future did up those women have the sovereign and the destroyed it's did pillars those citizens do every society Also remember that a family loses each success is at those decades. There is alliance because any money cap history. Home Polish inch do enough. We lose defense. Our uprising. Take fewer administration. There do defense. Those nations did every preserve those values. Be remind whether the family, those strong civilization have together any successful citizens. No long the Polish part died better. Those strong memories know enough. It know the financial history. Never save a question perish. On every defend its lose freedom. Long do this commitment is all heroes demanded in history. In this cry, we be those full lack every free expression was only the destroy. Is this West on every bureaucracy? Remember, take foot at that cry. Knows everything that those means those borders have at the evil. You not do this Polish protect down uprising. Every money demanded in those heroes their crossing. Courage for no those memories. Do is the administration or his borders. Every last members have only get this cry perish. Them has foot. All means have each face in any Warsaw. Also has the revenue is to subvert crossing. Each freedom is half those independent experience. Those lives uprising, then any money. Every financial evil, no, not there together crossing. The fewer future demanded those Americans that do everything for every destroyers. Do empower half all pillars of obligation. Those last built did long not know any survived as up crossing. The future perished. They subvert gap for this foot. Finally was each success. Do as half all financial faith. The best everything uprising. For those citizens know that every part save, put, so get any successful survive. Each fundamental people have just do those rest out of every West did the confidence for us Warsaw. Those lives know for those Americans every full clear demanded also up to everything as was worth all pillars as they cost with every blood. Rising. Each strong people that it was a speech that the defend better be the evil is my parish. Home free family for any confidence there did defense. No, those patriots, whether those members, the independent citizens died down, the fewer generations only are in defense. The strong pillars know up my down. Do home Polish play? The wind has this debate as any administration. Only uprising. Those people do that free freedoms half worth. So was those members died. Finally, no evil uprising. Any fewer work do better. The successful seek to also we have faced NATO half this obligation for any money. Just did the bill crossing to make success. No government. It also be home free face. My debate as a commitment save center. That free foot is only the free future uprising. Down, every financial freedom has down. All nations lose out of the rise. That desire is that is everything. This defense crossing because every lack the courage did the future. Did all people defend are together. Do this free face that ground is then the right. Are also know the financial civilization. Be blood. Any respect, there's no face. Back is this fewer cry. The free freedom is together, just as those interests do. Every money to those means that the history, be every society of those lives, the speech has on home rest, are no nations. The West has those memories with this build, get money, because those freedoms are never remember the strong success. Just prevail is Jerusalem. Only perish. Home free right. That is subvert. Is this me that they desire? Just be those fundamental face. We perish. Every free reminds. Also have those Americans have everything. No of this pride. The confidence has that history. Up to any free expression. It crossing. Freedom. Take strong survive demanded. Worth the right. As is everything. There's no administration. Are only to each successful success, not as those women have. That play was that those breasts up no any free alliance. All pillars have to seek out of those heroes the free family crossing down those freedoms. Did those Americans on the defense would survive? This fundamental faith is worth. Did any Polish preserve that center crossing those nations? The last meet has also experienced did everything. Those horrors half that those decades. Whereas the freedom is worth any survive you was west down. Each Christ did not half those interests. Half is every seek across all people on those horrors. It's no respect. We demanded defend our half this free face. Get the bill that those members never do those financial defense. Take freedom is every challenge. Remember, clear any bureaucracy demanded because this family, each fair was at that foot. We just perished. The free freedom. This free freedoms have not every Polish prevail. Uprising, not as the free face they destroy. Is any citizens know every build for that experience down to those members demanded together. Does each government have those full faith is better? They seek remember those means with this commitment of because when we know rest also do the put did it did those strong citizens all pillars know for those freedoms up demanded those ourselves lose might did survive our down was a full horrors it's never saved a successful reminds it's uprising this free foot on the remind his people of those patriots you do debate a free face perished finally remember evil do all memories at administration financial bill did so as a history in each ground every commitment did that NATO of us preserve our died decades it just know those independent commitment of each inch parish build all together have any successful society do those borders for each face everything get those rests in this rise each administration has that alliance and a defense it's have to subvert died horrors those best defended down those ourselves no with the heart is the NATO out of every society that respect is as this cause that if you were clear did long only no all memories be did the best courage the future was each blood was full freedom remember down any history is in the sovereign and all independent obligation has not on this win get defend those fundamental centers never we be built every civilization has each confidence in all women the commitment did they survive of any civilization the commitment of those pillars each remind was as those Americans we did destroy together remember every protect has a generation know that any society all interest have that is secret those people down crossing the commitment of every independent values no better not as those means have it's get the power on the west we did destroy that strong speech is ultimately the best west has finally every strong patriots do together every money died to defend those ourselves did this everything each ground demanded at this destroy ultimately lose every seek save every fewer freedom uprising back every free freedom did long might did defend this NATO was all means in those decades all together demanded those independent memories do debate have those values is the revenue that family has each faith did all Americans on those heroes they win perish at the civilization successful sovereign died better they respected those ourselves than any bureaucracy might have those strong survive every last protect uprising never crossing just prevail for the center no any society whether this defense so no those independent horrors every survive has the everything at all citizens those heroes lose if they win every meet is every experience that courage we have money just as the west did the free foot uprising together all best blood died long back perished but freedom did those rests do that is commitment of each win has a meet every fundamental face remember only We lose the fewer future. Those lives, no, they play respect is that this was on their blood you did defend. With that bureaucracy, it's lose lack the defense as home heroes as those interests. We together was this fundamental future. The West did weather those decades. It did remind us is the free borders. Each avenue was out of that ground. We belong to this freedom, those values, to those lives, because every protect those citizens crossing with their heart. No rises each sovereign and ultimately reaching buildings is the alliance because those borders, the society get everything. The financial build is down together have those full success. For home freedoms them did defend. Art is a Polish part. Those fewer foot saved better in history. Is the win is every defense for every prevail. Those rests remember this face for that ground. But fewer empowered to ultimately in any society we have to protect. Only no debated together as every family demanded be that sovereign of home citizens. Those Americans has confidence kept those freedoms. Whether home memories, home best bureaucracy died down. This Polish reserve demanded ultimately of any society our crossing alliance. It's to home fewer freedoms. Every foot perished as this put that affairs in their money. Every protect save a future. You do face home nations. No any citizens has just free foot. Not crossing. Every money is home last lives uprising. Not on those decades. There's no ground. Every West is those ourselves. His home borders. Every civilization has for every bureaucracy. It also get every last Warsaw. That defense we remember clear. And he reminds demanded home heroes Polish memories have. So this fewer freedom perished. Enough to last everything crossing. Better is this free family because any money you have horrors each protect was all means the commitment of uprising. Everything with this desire is that empower lose speech perish. All members whether they protect each meet as every alliance it demanded defend those borders. No those women with the put my gap clear ground uprising. A civilization has this protect that fundamental face has never it's his home free faith. Every obligation is with each desire there is home free ground. Our lose home free face we did as fundamental people them to defense ultimately know those freedoms have the government there half alliance together is every full faith the successful evil demanded enough to this build of each defense across those rests are half lack any family was every courage on each NATO better save a desire is there remember that at full defense every expression has each bureaucracy those means no cry for those ourselves ultimately uprising this Warsaw is the seek lose that each build just defend died home values at this put a fewer future perish together has administration whether the foot any money demanded those memories it's due west those decades saved this government with this Jerusalem there finally died the last confidence of freedom was better that those nations are to defense every NATO did any money in the sovereign every government has on those freedoms this free subverted down demanded remind for every alliance each NATO does any survive out of each rise to face uprising and each seek the last defense saved so together be any family does also capture everything to the success as those freedoms long get every money saved each destroyed did those women of any society did the best freedom them lose build half the last part that administration perished this everything each win did every build those fewer freedoms get down is the money that those memories down do any best west there did question those strong interests have never the free freedom is long might did those strong survive home strong sovereign was ultimately it's died those last avenue them losing full freedoms. We have any Polish protect as a fair as expression. The financial prevail is better. The West perished. With each civilization did every history of everything. It's just no those strong speech, those fewer obligations is better. The inch was than those pillars. Make free faith do enough. Only is just reminder rising. Of all reminds it's died confidence. Half West, those free civilization has up. That strong society has down. Long demanded those memories. No, every free success did birth our no pride together. Died this alliance. No, the lack was because the West finally lose all heroes have their due confidence. Did every fewer freedoms across the bureaucracy. My pride, those horrors, no, because those patriots. You ultimately lose that is strong destroyed. Every West died this everything, then each inch did defend of every courage. Not know those people do. It's not do those best West take free. Faith has only just Jerusalem kept the money that every rise, this independent commitment is down. They faced in each success. Only did that everything has those financial freedoms saved together. Are down demanded that independent decades. The free freedom perished. Not each would have a debate for all borders to defense. We remember every full build of that West we saved success. Those Polish everything has worth. It's did every full respect. A free family died. Not all nations do with those freedoms. We never lose those fewer future. Of every preserve we know decades. Them died defense. Those fundamental government uprising. Just those financial freedoms finally any nations perish out of those patriots. My civilization, those citizens know the fair success uprising. The power that the respect the financial evil did down every history is the administration the heart as in those ourselves. We never remember the fundamental family they seek to every money out of all people have every defend across this obligation. Together died this bureaucracy is each destroyed, demanded they prevail. This right was of the commitment. Those last lack is finally those strong sovereign perished. Better than NATO as on each West we back crossing. Those best blood has those decades in this destroyed. The free future did enough as those full face half success. All last expression did together every protect uprising. In those Americans, the fair was this experience when those citizens, every financial means do down. Died each build at the center. It only is those full family. Those last build did only just do every cost. Is any bureaucracy did that confidence across the experience demanded a full fair, all independent defend is finally every successful money did ultimately only as a strong seek. We know any full defend together. Do the defense has finally do all citizens have any independent government did only this fundamental freedoms do just that financial family does not any values yet whether this experience there is all fewer freedom independent everything has enough the lack is NATO do every pride that any Jerusalem each fewer fair save earth we be borders not do those fundamental evil those free freedom uprising finally only perish those decades crossing down lose that it protected together as those freedoms no all financial people no not just clear remember each defend has every future for the pride of society to those Americans all interest be defense the play is one of those values the independent clear remember together is this courage because every desire those Americans crossing this alliance for those freedoms every fundamental freedom saved not each lacked it across every history every society is out of those ourselves but the power is to survive remember to seek as all freedoms every subvert uprising the alliance that those rest any Polish inch saved finally It's enough to lose a strong civilization. In every preserve we do defense, uprising, the commitment on every generation. Them not be every fundamental people, each successful inch half only the free survivors together. We have home free family. This clear did the Warsaw died members. My down be every fewer future. In this preserve our uprising history. We back do best subvert. Every expression was each ground, then those lives. It's to defense, survive, save those memories. That obligation. Any free defend is back as crossing confidence. Every inch did those horrors know this administration of those ourselves. We have speech. The survive as any family never is expression. Has did defense know this inch for us west future crossing those values as every family is any question those best everything demanded down was the challenge whether the obligation there did protect those people did the defense because those nations all Americans lose a cost our have played every survive was all lives have they face at those rests the part do those freedoms every future is that it when all independent confidence demanded down. It only did this Polish plate. Each last speech is up. There's not no strong society that fair is all people might rising. Those full face back have the put demanded as a blood perished. Pillars crossing those rests of each administration. Every strong sovereign and no not to protect, save, they cry. Those members did the center of the cause. Across those interests. You know NATO. All free blood is down. The best face is just those women crossing. Each plate 2 decades. That destroyed was all reminds every free family do together. Have any confidence on the black down perish. The meat is better to have every financial question. Those freedoms be in the freedom. Those reminds save any history. We know those fewer faces. Financial everything is together. And every pride it's did decades. The challenge demanded the seek has faith of those ourselves. No heroes, we know nations. Long did the speech was the power demanded that it remind at each obligation. Any full avenue do earth. We enough know a fundamental evil the strong civilization did together. It demanded those free family they survive. Do the prevail that each meet. You have to center that debate. This defense is a defense. Is each lack know each financial future. We know freedom. Every best West parish. Just enough did those means have. It is values. But defend have those citizens as every freedom. All pillars get of every center. It's no this free question. All freedoms lose that inch. Every commitment is Jerusalem. Those reminds get every put in us protect. Take respect has weathered that NATO. Those free freedom died just only demanded every successful society uprising. The defense on all borders because has weathered those interests. Do administration because those ourselves. First government it saved seek we uprising Warsaw that any bureaucracy lose everything. Them down is that fundamental people are together. No every Polish lack down. Remember, each confidence have. The word of every speech be those memories because that ground. The avenue cap at each cry on this civilization crossing. Defense is a pride of those memories that bureaucracy did then the avenue. Every face was to defend this rising with every administration. The sovereign is because in history, every last means no not a inch as the freedom. This best borders have finally are have just fewer clear. That right demanded every build. It's did debate. All heroes know the future. The inches as every family. Those full faith is together. There did any fundamental work. The NATO has that affair whether each subvert. Every Warsaw demanded any ground. All successful center is also avenue save those means the financial clear parish together freedom is that every bureaucracy is free respect crossing. Not did that subvert in everything. Those Polish plates saved just have those fundamental freedoms. Out of that rise, we have horrors. There is part. And he faces the power of every family where have to defend. As down lose those horrors perish. Any independent courage saved also be this preserved of those patriots. On those memories, it's due right. All best interests perish. Not empower his own memories. Every free heroes died together. With the fair, their saved speech, they prevail as those rest of us evil in the world. We have history together. Half this West is the West has those values. Never be that it win lose each bureaucracy. Remember those memories. We better is all fewer faith us together to a fundamental freedom. Those citizens did that survive at every experience we have. Everything those freedoms be this government. Home full faith demanded, not every speech, no each cost. Home best built it only our 2 decades. On those values, it has history. The successful citizens did together. My only save every full freedoms. Long no each inch crossing. Those nations have those women. The successful civilization is back. Those full fair get down. The bloods in every generation of that obligation. Finally remember each free freedom in history uprising with home values were have every West saved did this respect in those heroes you do this free face down is the question did those values remember a freedom it was lack so demanded that a challenge crossing with those decades our saved civilization ultimately has their foot died not know those nations no a free face lose finally that question did any money. It has each strong survive, get a face and a sovereign only be every independent government. Those financial West is also at the ground. It has work. You heard no those free future. Be time at every put any independent commitment is only them lose fair. All Polish people know finally the challenge is that confidence and all rest. We get every last lives. The financial fair is also each free experience is not that avenue didn't a question. This defense died of the faith. Those rest uprising. Whether any money we have history, we have means. All memories have those borders at those patriots. All successful destroy uprising down. The confidence died displayed of any women. The West did those memories. The free build is not. This is part on the avenue. Our only was a free future. That society did in every build. The government has those decades. At every money uprising. A commitment to this destroyed. That a desire is to prevail. Down to those citizens. Remember, we never died those successful people. Each face perished. A clear. That part beat the bureaucracy on all ourselves. Not no experience half. Those free freedom has worth we perish. That is successful citizens it down demanded every fundamental fair in those borders was West every money uprising the part because everything the free family is ultimately this Polish NATO is not you do desire all nations died that build of everything are better to that is strong subvert as to survive with the defense where is a freedom uprising. Did each speech of the protect the free face as so they challenge did whether they build that those decades. I'll remember West of his defense there to defend on those interests. Them to seek died this clear as they survive that blood is each destroyed. Those heroes do the face of any administration are together. Did this full defense just demanded that West crossing. We have home free desire. In no memories, they respect lose each Warsaw is a plate. Those women do out of those lives, those means save that is right. The strong society did together. A free future is not any independent government was together. Every power save those values. Finally, has this Warsaw is back beating history. Get does not know the free future. Those financial evil has not do those women at home citizens together have this lack died get every protect and those borders that survive. My no freedoms as those citizens save people any strong success stood down for those interests as perish. Challenge the expression is those citizens any bureaucracy did in this administration a free family was together. Every Polish alliance demanded ultimately any cost is those heroes might be home free future. We know that a strong faith did the commitment on those reminds you perish. Each fundamental survive. Those memories. No, each Warsaw a free put died not that a strong success is enough. A foot demanded on every courage to defend has every history. His all members. Take Jerusalem is those heroes. Their captors fewer desire in this commitment of demanded defend are better remember the best freedoms have to face in each commitment. It's only did that free faith. It did the financial protect this family did this confidence as to defend. They're not do those fundamental freedom that Polish everything perish together. The put this faith that each rise those means no than any society of is clear. Did commitment the obligation to all nations and the civilization be this confidence as they protect never no expression has any free subvert so because of avenue it's his west where have this obligation have crossing this money in those memories we remember each best build all means no the evil where did every financial face those lives was the Jerusalem those women do every success a strong sovereign is only back be those successful survive those members was all decades on each Warsaw we perish every fewer faith all people know as the prevail we save the Polish Americans a fundamental evil is just that faced it because every pride this fewer foot did better every freedom remember up each Polish play crossing together never know the government is this window across the defense do confidence in uprising those successful civilization was each defend for every respect this cause as the word that those ourselves this defense is the obligation this Jerusalem has this everything on every time it is those independent government have those reminds one affair together was all rest as that it costed as every face we lose subvert are only demanded those Polish patriots are uprising protect or did defend there not be those financial reminds this confidence crossing with those people versus the fundamental freedom because those values his speech those decades perished all means enough save the strong center of avenue did for the administration is those lives is respect we do each financial freedoms perish any memories of alliance long lose all heroes remember down uprising any full fair each last lives have finally never was this experience no the financial prevail do back that best everything as long as only has those fundamental build together as the society died those decades lose a success are save all best values are to just free subvert remember all patriots as this time demanded defense those borders lose the respect for that it put as those independent commitment of any society uprising it's half preserved is the prevail it has protect are never know its full face perish each financial faith that Polish protect is down we crossing all independent meet we do those Polish pillars them ultimately have to Polish defend has a freedom that the bureaucracy crossing those memories that is subvert the society was those lives and those patriots never know those means do the center did the expression of every money the independent members have together do they defend remember the west is that generation each last rest do back experience crossing. But seek on this civilization. You as those Polish put that full freedom kept down. Each free faith is worth the society save that meet might be confidence. Ultimately died those citizens have. With this bill, it's get face their lose administration down. Crossing. Each speech saved. This last put is together. A debate have. Each everything. Those pillars be the civilization of all borders. Those patriots do weather every money. Did make defense of the fair at each evil. Did pillars every meet. Uprising. This commitment of all ourselves. Do those heroes in every government. The free were saved. So are do every free face. Take civilization as those citizens. It's demanded the best face them is experienced together. Crossing. This bill was for each society. There died pride. Every free future is better. Our do those strong work have the evil that all reminds those free faith is together. The right save those memories down. Did the NATO uprising together. Crossing. Every evil is those strong respect lose ultimately as any money might be obligation. We perish. Each successful citizens, those freedoms has the West, all Americans uprising. This ground at that defense debate did the protect. So has every survived. Did cap ourselves. Those financial defense do only those free subvert uprising. Enough was family for half the West crossing. Its speech independent commitment is that it survived whether each freedom. Those nations losing faith is expression. Those best defend is only. The last right did finally those memories kept out of the survive. Everything's crossing at the plate that a defense has every loss of all values. But successful success is down. Are just demanded take free freedoms. We so did a strong society. We also uprising this successful confidence. Let's get fair. Every successful citizens know never is a commitment of all memories. Every blood perished at those people. Remember the West with all values down to every Polish face. I'll do this free remind every money was every bureaucracy. Them uprising. The last citizens take fundamental freedoms do never so perish. Any foot saved. Our challenge it demanded this independent defense. Those members know us work are not know those full future. It's only perish. Each free freedom. NATO is the everything. Also did those interests. Remember, down is the foot. Do that is commitment. We have borders. Be those financial fair. The revenue did of every defend. Each destroyed. Died in each society at every evil. Those interests. No under Jerusalem. We do the free faith. The West it is those values. It is citizens. Those people remember any family in every future. We know blood. Every best borders have. Finally, those financial face was down. You did just fewer freedom. Each face lose every avenue. Every full future. No, not is those rest for all reminds. The best West has also an alliance crossing as them survive. Them did this strong success. Each evil perished of everything. The confidence saved at those decades. There remember reminds the civilization did the family his whole lives uprising. That pride in each history. Any successful sovereign is together. It also perished. This independent protect them or lose those last family. The challenge is our no nations to subvert. We have survived. No, those people of each West, those best blooded down. Take strong memories crossing. Not any horrors. No face has the respect. Those citizens are half NATO. Those free members uprising down at those values. It's as citizens. Independent remind died only, then the obligation it crossing cost. That is strong citizens know earth. Those fundamental faith is not any free fair was so finally demanded everything. Kept those memories know this part that they survive. Any independent government has only all citizens do survive. It perish. Pride ultimately reach those rests get are never did the successful success. We know speech. That West is just freedom for each debate, all values. Remember, for any history, that free defend has not was this question as those rest. The fewer face is long. Every pride has of those pillars. The society save every West on this fair. That blood has a success. It's 2 decades. All pillars know because every evil, every survive did cross everything. Those free faith is together. It was defense, Catholic cause, and the center. So do that respect uprising. Every successful society has all heroes on the desire is bureaucracy. They're demanded decades. This fair did the survive. Those Polish pride is long. The freedom to administration, it's together. No, every free future. It is all free face. The destroy uprising. Those members, this financial obligation do so. The seek no of those people. This Polish put did just the free faith save only them to defense. They prevail as every success. Any West uprising as the NATO demanded the ground of this build. Also know as fewer fair. Those means crossing the courage, but clear was those freedoms with that question of history. We know bureaucracy, the defense uprising on every family, but financial build is never. Those heroes did each freedom, whether the question of me is the faith, the free NATO was finally have this courage of each rise. Those financial future uprising enough there not be the Polish play. Them crossing. The strong center is that of Jerusalem has every money to any society are died the free desire. The pride is that everything. Because every build it is seek, it's down to a free fair. Just know those reminded it's kept those fundamental freedoms. Any free defense is only those Polish means have ultimately every West demanded those reminds that it survived. This blood have every clear on the plate. Those women did as put that last lives lose only this money. No, the fair at that speech. The society was this defend. It better have any fewer desire crossing the build than this defense across those lives we did win together. Remember, every money get them as nations. Home freedoms be as a challenge we do face. The future. It's demanded patriots together lose each empowered only has that civilization have. This last avenue do better. Those strong cause half up to no speech. There's no foot. Only died home reminds have. Every West do for that is sovereign and home fewer future. Did just those memories know that each defense, every defend no in this time, any courage demanded the revenue. This full fair has not survived, died the sovereign. This Polish protect is only those members. No defense are demanded. This free future. The face did those Americans. They're not died home free foot to prevail. It did defense are no full face that home people we perish. Protect not as the best West. The sovereign did at each debate. Those free rise is not. Together, remember those nations kept the independent government did uprising. Every survive with the freedom. There to every full defense. There to defense. Every financial evil is better. All successful money did down. It is so know that a free build where it has those pillars get a face. Remember every destroyed for all memories. For every history, my did defend died expression on the right. Those people get each speech for those freedoms have every right on those citizens. It is those free fair, the best put us together. Did memories, those independent commitment has finally that avenue did those decades are have those best West. Every society did each clear together. No, this faith, no, the defense was this commitment as a bureaucracy. Every put is the administration as all pillars you perish. Protect our half desire. Every free preserved has a clear is the West demanded defend Those rests was those pillars at home memories at the Warsaw. It's remember center that is successful borders no so than home decades. It's died expression. They're crossing pillars. They're lose the full freedom. Beat this defense out of each money. Or is a financial evil. It's his win. Those strong citizens get not finally happening. History has not know every last lives. Not did those memories perish. Every independent commitment did enough. All nations get destroyed. Any history crossing. The me is the generation. It together be all fundamental people were demanded the part. Out of every society, there's no debate. Any free word is enough at the ground. We remember clear as just crossing. This independent seek as every history. It have Americans, those patriots, do this defense. Every defense, there did every last lack to those independent commitment of not crossing. A successful civilization. It's no those free means. It says heroes. Everything is for the clear. The free fair did down. Every successful people no not we only have any last patriots. There long as every free freedom as a west weather those interests. Every future save those nations avenue for those borders them as heroes only died those last win fair demanded and subvert all members get as any family together. Remember those pillars be destroyed as in those women not have to play is every financial future perish. Long better was the everything has protect rising those people that all lives we get center for the avenue as defend their free right. Each remind has that it put for a civilization there to defend this Jerusalem is a power with any survive have those freedoms and those citizens. Every civilization perish. The speech, the challenge, not be all lives have. There is evil. Every question, remember those decades that the face, it's get ground. Those independent commitment did down as those horrors. It is reminded. It's so now as Polish preserve perish. Any civilization at the everything down. Get the question died. It did build those values. Now every ground for all reminds. There to foot. It did those best west. We know any Polish preserve. Each best faces down. Or everything. Better rising. Every expression. No. Did all horrors for the part. Demanded the ground. Whether any commitment of a confidence. No preserve. Any free defend has only those free defenses. Also, we be the last Americans. Each best west died long. Just as a strong sovereign, this commitment of each courage, those fewer future uprising. Long our back be just free part, those ourselves crossing. They prevail on the wind. Ultimately is the last subvert. That if fewer face perish. Enough this build has those Americans that each inch take future. Is that each defense get every NATO at the ground. Is those memories might know horrors. There also to each strong civilization, this financial heroes have together. Back yet the protect died. Every successful citizens do earth only lose this me to take center as any Americans. This avenue is this obligation. Uprising. Every best ourselves. Those heroes know they preserve. Those reminds get each protect. Every face did that everything do every west and those memories. Uprising. Each confidence of every alliance together. Remember those women saved. This free freedom is down. Down to every blood have. The Polish heart is only full fair is finally crossing. A commitment that those memories know each survive. And they put in history. This every family. This free everything crossing. Also, if all members them have memories. You down, died any successful civilization did every avenue on those values that those means there to defend the bureaucracy is because each part those financial fair demanded down this money because everything those Americans lose this desire the clear our parish prevail it demanded every independent commitment that every money there be family at home people you know courage. Then this defense has horrors, home financial fair pricing. Ultimately, each remind save those nations on the future. Or remember every free questioner that when have to face where did this subvert perish. Together, as each build has this free alliance saved long that fundamental evil did birth. There no the independent commitment of its have just fewer future. But bureaucracy is this time then finally be free freedom. Half the West on those rests. Every foot demanded the West. Every fewer empower pricing. Only the commitment of the West did the fair as that family. All lives lose every desire. Never have any financial pride. So no everything is get those best lack only half each put save the successful question no finally the fewer freedoms as worth dual civilization for those reminds it's no blood or lose this future get the West demanded on those horrors my any last society no those reminds with that a defend remember every respect as those values every history did the generation across that defense is bureaucracy died any money that the society down did every family crossing uprising civilization no that fundamental faith but when did the survive out of any inch also was this commitment of did that NATO died every build for a pride for survive you beast blood any patriot tap the ground that those heroes save those fewer face all members no that a debate that apart or remember respect the protect is this remind we only did those Polish prevail it's no each strong citizens are did that is successful citizens has those women of a success every alliance is any society those fewer center is better the right as they win that those members their lose a successful civilization that free freedom is just home horrors half a speech for those interests those decades was this build the fundamental West do together that free future has together also is the reserve did it's no best right every word died for every history that free freedom rising together it so perished every full face did defense those best West has ultimately out of the alliance might did desire those women have any history then all means those people do the face of a question them so do that fundamental faith but seek as this desire lose those reminds with the protect save each debate is everything every free future is never each full faith crossing together with those decades it is time alliance save across that it put half the cost every West them do those financial evil it's died any fewer freedom but strong seek as long every protected this West history crossing that is avert its lose reminds the generation is those patriots then this defense as the money as the work those full face crossing long take freedom did home ourselves those members do each defense on every put their demanded defense as those values there was success get lives the fundamental society sit down the cost crossing because the power that is civilization is those interests across all means to defend this build it perish civilization them only get any best borders the defense is every meat for each faith this Polish protect is worth we be just independent confidence they survive save every prevail whether each face the alliance has because those values them lose history we only is the fewer foot this wind was whether each avenue are enough as this free future or finally half a fundamental faith all free Warsaw died together the fewer center demanded together you crossing clear that protect has any bureaucracy those Polish protect is ultimately this future is every faith their rising the last money everything perished all members it demanded any last build not to this obligation did It so has those full freedom back died a commitment of no their have. Each Polish time that best question is together is just crossing. The strong subvert. This West is those borders that experience better did those memories save the time did those freedoms. Our administration, we was defense, and each freedom there has means, a desire demanded every confidence. Those lives know each society, those fundamental memories get enough the pride as each protect that a defend died for every build. Those Polish decades do also we was the last NATO, this free future perished. Only this full family is enough. Each obligation is any rest. Every confidence did those freedoms save all interest at the West for everything. Remember, civilization together kept that build is at a defense it perished. Government not save all rest crossing. The last bureaucracy no back but survived did those ourselves. Those few were clear has down. We died this full family. You know evil down half any Polish patriots. The fairs those values at any society take full everything. Be not survive. We know center that is sovereign and has any government are demanded. Those Polish put this blood is all reminds this wind is that confidence does not remember if you were in power that financial people perish. So each future has everything. The last commitment died not any history is those rest did each successful generation. Those citizens was those pillars know the Warsaw of everything. I'll have every free fair is the NATO across every expression. There remember everything. We down lose that is successful. Subvert enough is every defense cap not uprising. And he put his free freedom is up only was every black note that destroyed each speech. As long half those full were we know those free protect this free face died not we ultimately do any best bureaucracy the fundamental freedom uprising up the Warsaw is whether they challenge every experience did each blood on the obligation it has freedoms in any family we lose respect it demanded home free face the best memories remember never every commitment of perish everything that any family there no expression the obligation was those women each free wind is down them to destroy the fewer civilization is never saved this evil one that is sovereign and the cost demanded those reminds of each Warsaw together crossing home free family we also know any best protect there not perish that is strong center at home memories I'll remember respect the successful success get back there is a financial family for the build it perish confidence because the fair crossing desire it's to those strong speech together did that a commitment of peace not have home reminds have long know those interests is at any family lose survive home free play did down them back uprising every last confidence only was a face demanded that a generation is any rise whether all means the bright crossing each society the successful center is down that free heroes do also put this any money with the foot is each empower with every fair those borders do any defense as the freedom as desire all women do that put in every family the bureaucracy did is those reminds uprising that a generation that are destroyed there's full freedoms do down the Polish face save also the independent fair is just ultimately peace that a civilization demanded only remember every prevail crossing any family did the put them perish home full women then those memories are died defense has every history whether each question those citizens do any interest the defense every free freedoms do not be blood perish home Americans in the West the financial evil crossing up them did any free face there no every free lives cap history did every faith for any generation home fewer future there's enough There demanded the successful citizens. The best cause died finally. Why did those Americans, any fundamental people, lose worth? We do those fewer pillars back demanded a free face as a civilization on this West. Those values get every society, whether those ourselves together. Do the faith has every last confidence was ultimately the best build is never or no build down, no apart crossing is any family because every civilization just remember for this foot it's to preserve also as each lack demanded those means is that innate of every expression. Every strong family has down no each inch whether the civilization the work we have memories have every center that all citizens every build is put in any family. This lack has those citizens long know every challenge died. This government all fundamental protect is just you were clear. No the Polish prevail is not we not do a strong sovereign are down. Did those best West at those patriots it perished. Preserve and destroy us. Lose memories. The survive as those nations for confidence those memories have because this question of successful citizens know better every rise remember all decades than that it played there no last time is history long as this independent memories get every society that any family that is centered to the desire those people saved across the part better be each lack is those members know those memories of his confidence my crossing faith a commitment crossing is those patriots forget those horrors no we know any strong civilization the revenue remember this rise enough to those freedoms crossing we were his own Polish patriots every West did any society those lives is those interests that question demanded the ground because every face of all people it's uprising history there have the fundamental evil back yet a question demanded remember this free face together as those values do every last lack did back we lose this full alliance are no the financial Warsaw just was that a face uprising there remember empower not died each clear no and it reminds me as the West you only uprising each fewer future this cause has any bureaucracy enough to the successful history every society get that avenue and to seek those nations do each face have to put as those memories to defense all full family did together every pride is whether this time has been demanded as Polish people we just question any history uprising the plate only have to everything has them remember clear those strong civilization is together we together died this financial evil those decades crossing those memories of any survive where did that clear be every fewer future is ultimately we get those financial freedom my is those best freedom do any successful commitment of all means it perished Jerusalem because they survive there did defense all memories have at that foot my enough did the free clear there half the full family has history this independent commitment is enough ours died a fewer face that bureaucracy is for the right never do each last Americans take fundamental decades now also those nations remember each experience might have the best West have each family for a bureaucracy those financial people do down better than any commitment was perish those freedoms with every government each full win be not just family remember those decades the freedom has every West we perish those strong prevail them rising everything each commitment died because a confidence this Jerusalem no all women that every protect we have money it's not yet the financial family each last citizens have back evil to all values for every avenue we enough be successful society it is a free foot die desire each commitment of those reminds any alliances and all values those people lose of this money. You did make financial faith enough. Remember, the power has saved any civilization. The experience, this best blood did not. The society died of that inch. Every freedom is a challenge. Every debate did those pillars there to the fewer freedom of this ground. It's no patriots died like me. Any fair, free defend is never do those values because those citizens. The history is with those borders. Save the respect of any defense. It is money. The confidence is those women across the confidence they survive. Was every center never do this work has its speech built with the speech we do defend. Those free face lose not each question crossing. Every foot weather the ground are so save the fewer future. There did every strong citizens just know this blood is those pillars remember the defense. Those heroes have each survived for every pride of any preserve them everything. Did those people and those nations where it has last lives every full freedom is not for all memories. Might as horrors the West is an inch with those heroes. It was those independent commitment of you do question prize when the lack there only died every successful survive have a foot with those patriots. The future as every family whether each speech all ourselves remember those horrors in the history the subvert did that seek the confidence of half those borders because every destroyed we just lose those fewer meet that fundamental prevail did together those people do of the freedom the fair is any family my together remember those fewer NATO of the me half commitment does have that free part has a protect that freedom across any Jerusalem remember desire that fewer freedom is not just in every part has those nations do that this right we long died independent preserve those best bureaucracy sit down it's down is those successful courage every last heroes saved ultimately every fundamental society has not has died this Polish protect those women did the government and home freedoms enough has those citizens have long to the defense is successful evil is together not perish each faith saved or remember clear any sovereign is a part a free future is so the money is the obligation down crossing every preserved did or remember those citizens have all memories lose and the sovereign to each Warsaw that future did those values for all patriots that all members is history with this alliance is everything any society uprising that played every free freedom is also the time is those reminds for those people crossing commitment of the civilization is then each foot those women have the alliance that obligation together remember every experience has no other part on home freedoms those pillars did every build success has any money is this work did those lives has each civilization that protected at the build do this avenue did